Chair, we are live, but we will wait for a quorum. Amanda, thanks for making it. Everything okay with the head? Let me double check. No, Melissa, there's nobody online, but we do have a quorum. Hi. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's really.
Heather, you are now live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board. Today, we are January the 9th, 2024. Melissa, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Guida,
Here.
Member Aguilar Medrano. Member,
Excused.
okay, thank you. Member Beachside,
I think she'll be coming.
thank you. Member Bienvenue.
Here.
Member Mather,
Here.
Member Valdo.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Chair Rios. Yes, there is one change. Item number N under the findings of fact and conclusions of law number 4. The address was omitted, so instead of Cerro Gordo Road, it's 1369 Cerro Gordo Road. That's the findings of fact for 2023-7489 HDRB.
Thank you. Any other changes?
No, Chair Rios.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as just changed?
Guida so moves.
Is there?
Second the motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Valdo.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. We have 19 findings of fact and conclusions for law, and I will break them up into the dates. We have 2 under June the 13th, 2023. Changes to these? Anybody?
Madam Chair, were you going to go through the minutes? The minutes are before the.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Minutes of December the 12th, 2023. Changes to the minutes. Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 5,
The motion is described as a motion to reconsider the case on a Madre that was previously denied. I would suggest striking that was previously denied. The motion is just for reconsideration of the status, not the denial.
Is that the only changes that you have? Anyone else have changes? If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes as just amended?
Guida moves to approve as amended.
Second the motion.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather. Yes. Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. So we will move on to the findings of fact and conclusions of law. Under June the 13th, 2023, we have 2 members of the board. Are there any changes to these? No changes. Is there a motion to adopt?
Guida moves to approve findings of fact and conclusions of law, items A and B.
And is there a second?
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather. Yes. Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have one case under findings of fact and conclusions under the date of August the 8th, 2023. Changes, board members? It appears there are no changes. Is there a motion to adopt? To approve?
Guida moves to adopt or approve item C.
Member Valdo seconds.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather. Yes. Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Under November the 14th, 2023, there are 8 findings and conclusions. Changes to any of these?
Madam Chair, did you do the August 8th?
We did.
The August
We
8th?
did do the August.
Okay,
8th.
thank you.
And moving right along, any changes? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Guida moves to approve items D through M.
And do I hear a second?
Member Valdo seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Beachside, Member Bienvenue, Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather. Yes. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. There's one under November 28th, 2023. Changes, excuse me, there are 2.
And my mistake, Madam Chair, we approved both of those in the last motion. I didn't see that there were 2 November dates. So we've approved D through M.
Okay, even though there were separate dates.
Yes.
There were the 14th of
Apologies.
November and November 28th. Okay, so we have 6 under December the 12th. Any changes to these? I will entertain a motion, please.
Guida moves to approve items N through S.
Member Valdo seconds.
And roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather. Yes. Member Valdo.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Any matters from the public? This is for anything that is not case related tonight. So if you have anything that you would like to talk about that is related to architecture or preservation, H board, come forward. Well, I see David Rash standing there. David, you can come forward and tell us whatever you want to.
Hi, Madam Chair, board members. I'm David Rash, former historic preservation planner. I'm really sad about the lack of respect that this board is getting from the city, from the state, from community members. And I'm asking you to take some action so that people don't keep stepping on your authorities. And I've got some notes from the code to cite. When I look at 14-2.6, the powers and duties of the H board, section C, your authority is to review and approve or deny all applications for new construction, exterior alteration, and demolition of structures. The state tried to remove the soldiers' monument, also known as the obelisk. They did not succeed. The city police were told to leave when the chain was put on the obelisk, and then it was partially demolished. You have not been part of this negotiation for what to do about the obelisk. Item number 3, make recommendations to the governing body relating to the erection of appropriate plaques and markers designating various historical sites and points of interest in the city. That plaque on the plaza on the south side of the monument was not approved by this board. Number 6, advise and assist officials, committees, and commissions of the municipal government in making recommendations to the governing body. They didn't even approach you during the chart project on what to do with the obelisk. And number 7, compile and maintain a list of historical sites and structures. You haven't designated the Santa Fe Plaza nor the Soldiers Monument on the city's register, and I implore you to do so. I'm hearing so many community members make statements about what to do with the monument. You don't even have legal authority initially. It's just an advisory to the state's H board, the CPRC. But even members of this board are making public statements about what to do. I think that's not appropriate since you haven't made any decisions on the status of the plaza or the status of the monument. When I look at 14-5.2D, general design standards for historic districts, 1A, the status of a structure shall be retained and preserved. If a proposed alteration will cause a structure to lose its status, the application shall be denied. You know, when the box was put over that monument base, you weren't asked either. And that box really does affect the status of the plaza and the other National Historic Landmark, the Palace of the Governors, right to the north of it. It also says if a proposed alteration or new construction will cause an adjacent structure to lose its significant contributing or landmark status, the application may be denied. That unapproved box over the monument's base totally affects the status of the National Historic Landmark. You need to make a designation of the plaza and the Soldiers Monument. So when I go to 14-5.2C, regulation of significant and contributing structures in historic districts, 1A of the purpose and intent, each structure to be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historic development shall not be undertaken. Now, in 1974, the word savage was chiseled off of that monument. That was a historic alteration that you may want to say shall be preserved. We don't know because you haven't made that determination. Distinct features, finishes, and construction techniques are examples of craftsmanship that characterize a structure shall be preserved. The loss of the obelisk from the base has caused it to lose its status if it had status. So again, I implore you to give status to that monument as well as the plaza. Now, when I look at Section B, Board Authority to review status designation, the board is authorized to change the status of a structure or to designate a status for a structure with no status. So it gives you that authority to do that. And an initiation of review in CIB, prior to action by the board itself may decide to review the status of the structure. You need to do that because so many people have already taken away your authority by altering the status, by altering the structure, by putting it under an unapproved box, by putting a plaque on the south side of it. All of that violates your authority, so take action. The 1975 Santa Fe Plaza National Historic Landmark nomination is out of date. It recognizes the monument, but it doesn't give it status. And in 2007, the Santa Fe Plaza Cultural Landscape Report recognizes the contributing status of that monument, not only because it's on the center of the plaza as the central focus, but it's also the oldest surviving structure on the plaza. So I think you should take action and make status for the plaza and make status for the monument. Thank you.
David, thank you very much for your comments. It's certainly food for thought and perhaps more in perhaps this board taking action. I know that the plaza is
Oh, historic
status
landmark.
as a landmark under the National Register of Historic Places. But I'm surprised that the Historic Board, which has been in existence since 1957, has not taken any type of action.
It is not on your register. The plaza is significant and the monument is significant as well. And as soon as you make those determinations, the community can start looking at what needs to be done. But you're keeping it in limbo.
Thank you. I'm wondering if other board members have any comments to make? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I very much appreciate all those comments. For background, we have been formally advised by the city attorney that we do not have jurisdiction over what's going to happen to the Soldiers Monument. And for better or for worse, that has been conveyed to us that the city attorney has determined that the governing body and not this board shall determine whether whatever changes might be made to the monument itself. So can you confirm that, Mr. Ribbley, that is the city attorney's position as formally conveyed to this board?
Member, that may have been communicated to you by Ms. McSherry.
And from you directly in an open meeting. And then when it came before the governing body, it was conveyed to the governing body that they had the right to make the decision without it going before this board preliminarily.
Sorry, I do not recall it.
Okay, well, could you follow up on that? Because that's a very important matter for us to know whether or not this would ever be coming before us again, as we originally anticipated it would be, but then we're subsequently advised it would not.
I can ask about that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that would require an ordinance rewrite to take the authority away from this board.
Just so you know, the city attorney's position as it was conveyed to us was that this is not a structure governed by the historic ordinance. This, they considered it a monument or a work of art, or I don't recall exactly how she got there, but she interpreted the ordinance to mean that we don't have authority over it. It's not a structure over which the board has authority.
This board has the authority to compile and maintain a list of historic sites. That's not a structure either. That is section 14-2.6 C7. Thank you.
No, I think it's a debate I'm not having with you, but it would be something worth bringing up to the city attorney's office.
Thank you. Any other board members wish to comment in reference to this particular matter? Heather, did you have something to say? You looked at me like you had something to say, perhaps not. Okay. Mr. John Eddy is at the podium, and John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the question that David was raising was about determining status of that site, not necessarily what was to be done to correct the situation. I think he described to you that you do have the authority, and that's up to him or up to the attorney to describe the truth to you. But that's how I read what he just said, that you have the authority to apply correct status to that site being the monument. I think the point can be spread out beyond that many of the buildings on the plaza have never been statused by this board. As a result, they are vulnerable to the process of people coming to try to undermine a status that does not exist. I hope that may help.
Thank you, John. Anyone else in this audience wishing to comment about anything related to H board or preservation architectural matters? It appears not. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios. Stephanie Benenato would like to speak. You may unmute.
Thank you. Stephanie Benenato. I think David Rash brings up some good points. I'm not sure you can status something that's already been mostly destroyed. It would be parallel to a house that is so destroyed that you can't maintain its status. However, I wanted to bring up a procedural matter to you. I noticed that you had many findings of facts to adopt this evening, and that some of them went back to June. According to the city attorney's office, if you have not adopted findings of fact by the 35th day, whatever decision you made was a final decision, and somebody only had till 15 days later to appeal it, even though nothing is in writing. Oh, I guess they could get the minutes perhaps. But that is not a final decision as defined in the city ordinance or state law. And so I just bring this up because if somebody thought they were waiting for the findings of facts to be adopted and they're past 35 days, they may, as I'm in court now hoping to get that reversed. But I could not appeal a decision from the BOA because of that 35-day rule. So I think it's important to say that at 35 days, supposedly there's a final decision. If you want to appeal, you have 15 days after that, instead of just saying when we adopt the findings of facts. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that I appreciate Heather's response to 604 Galisteo, but I think it illustrates danger of staff approval. Because yes, they needed approval to repair a wall that had been run into, but it was not replaced in kind. It had actually a double wall of 2 different materials. Only one wall was put back, even though the insurance company was seemingly not questioning payment. The window that was put back in is smaller and not of the same kind. And there was no portal on that primary facade. Those were porches that were put on in the 1990s by the owners prior to me. So the idea that staff could approve a full portal porch kind of thing, there's nothing there. It wasn't there before. It's not part of the historic nature of the house, and it is on a primary facade. And I do know that because I own the house prior to these owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else on Zoom? Thank you very much. Anything under staff communications?
Yes, Chair Rios. First of all, I would like to let the board know that we are applying for grants associated with that are being provided by the state. The new grant funding is from the federal government to the tune of $2 million available to the entire state for historic preservation projects. One of them is actually a resurvey of the downtown district or the downtown buildings around the plaza, because we do understand and acknowledge that while a lot of them have been changed a lot and are currently designated as non-contributing, that could possibly change. So that would be an effort by staff if we were to get the grant to be able to do that. Another request that will be made also is to continue the work with the library and the main library here on Washington Avenue and the restoration of that building as well. You'll soon be seeing a status review on the main library as part of the certified local government project that was done for this year. The other item is that there is an emergency demolition request that has been brought to my attention for 425 Apodaca Hill. You may recall that you acted recently on designating it as non-contributing. Unfortunately, because of weather and the like, there's major structural issues with the building. And so staff, in conjunction with the chief building official, felt like it was a health and safety and public welfare issue. The demolition request will be heard by this board nonetheless at the next meeting. And it's 425 Apodaca Hill. Just wanted to let you know the staff action based on an urgent need to address the issue. But it certainly does still need to be memorialized by the board. And finally, with reference to the items on the agenda relating to the state buildings, the buildings on Don Gaspar, as well as 130 South Capitol, it was anticipated that demolition requests would be brought forward to the board this evening. Those have been postponed indefinitely. There was a request for a review of the process. Staff had proposed doing the status review first, then the demolition request, and then consider the design of the proposed building. The emphasis in that was to understand where the concerns were, identify the concerns early as to the historic status, and whether this board would want to consider those buildings as potential for demolition. And but because of concerns that were raised, the code section states, and I asked back in October of the applicant that whether there was a public outreach that was done with preservation groups and other community members, as is required by section 14-5.2M, which is state and capital outlay projects. And at that time, the applicant said that they would check with the state. To date, none of that outreach has happened. And so that is why the city is postponing this case indefinitely, or those cases indefinitely, until which time we can assure that the public outreach has taken place.
Thank you, Heather. Yes. Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, the outreach would presumably involve a discussion of the state's plans for the proposed building?
Yes, Chair Rios, Member Guida, that is correct.
Why wouldn't that come to this board as for informational purposes, the way that the case that we're looking at tonight came in advance of status designations and demolition requests? And we've seen other projects come through this process successfully in that regard. I guess my question is aimed at, the board's authority here. If there's going to be discussion of the design, even if we are not ruling on it, that should be done in a public forum. Admittedly, stakeholder outreach is an important part of all preservation projects, but I guess, why would I wouldn't assume that one excludes the other or precludes the other.
Chair Rios, Member Guido, with reference to that, the thought of staff was that there would be an opportunity regarding the demolition for the public to speak to this board regarding that topic in particular. A concept design was provided as part of the staff report packets that would have been included. But there was concern raised that sort of initial step had not taken place. So instead, the process will be that initial outreach by the state and its agent. And then it will come back to the board and the clock will start. So there's a 60-day process in which there's an informational item that's presented to the board. And then the board provides comment. And if necessary, then the board makes a recommendation for the designation of a committee, which would be a state-city committee and other parties as outlined by state code, to go over the design issues and address any potential concerns. So actually this evening, I'll be asking for the board to designate two members to potentially serve on that committee to save time, because time will be of the essence. And to identify those members that would participate in that would be essential.
The board would not see a proposed design before the establishment of that committee?
Chair Rios, Member Guida, the board would see the design, but we want to have things queued up in case that there is a need for a committee.
Understood.
Actually, our ordinance and the state ordinance, the state law says that the state and the city have to work cooperatively in capital outlay projects. So the thing that Heather was describing is that primarily the state is indicating that it would want to work with the historic board, at least 2 members in reference to the design. Correct?
Arios, that is correct in part. In anticipation, and it may not be necessary. The charge is that the state and the city work together, but because there's a 60-day finite timeline, we want to be ready in case that occurs. But yes, the charge is that it's a cooperative enterprise, not only just with the state and the city, but also with members of the preservation community and others interested parties.
Exactly. So the state has to not only reach out to us, but also to other preservation groups such as OSFA, for instance, Santa Fe Historic Foundation.
American Institute of
And-
Architects,
And
other groups involved in preservation.
so do you want us to do that in reference to the subcommittee at the end of the meeting? Or
Yes,
did you-
Chair Rios, thank you.
Okay. So if you're interested, start thinking about that, board members. We will now move on to old business. We have one case under old business. And that case is Paul's. And I do want to say that we have quite a crowd here this evening, and I have a feeling I know why you're here. I will ask that you speak, that you limit your comments to 2 minutes. If you have a spokesperson that is incorporating all the comments for a group, I will probably let you speak longer. It'll be to my discretion. And also, if you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal to the city council. And that you would have 15 days after the findings of fact and conclusions of law have been approved. With that being said, we'll move on to this first case, which is located at 913 Acequia Madre. And I did see the architect for that case. So Paul, may we have your report, please?
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you for this evening.
And Melissa, if you'll help me with the 2 minutes, thanks. Yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of order before staff makes a presentation, just so we understand what exactly we're doing at this moment in time. It's my understanding, and this was, I believe, confirmed by the city attorney's office, but we'll find out, that in the posture that this case is being presented to us is that there is a motion on the table that's been made and seconded, and that what is before us now is discussion and vote on that motion, as opposed to reverting to the status prior to a motion having been made. And that's under the Roberts Rules of Order for a motion for reconsideration. So just so we're all clear on what we're doing, can you just confirm that for us, please?
Yes, Member Bienvenu, there was a motion to reconsider, and that motion was made by one of the 2 people that originally made the motion and also seconded it, and that was approved. We are now at a position, according to Robert's Rules of Order 37.7. If the motion to reconsider is adopted, the effect is, to the extent practicable and with certain exceptions, place before the assembly again the question on which the vote has been reconsidered in the exact position it occupied the moment before it was voted on originally. The original vote is thus canceled, and before any new vote on it is taken, the question is again open to debate, amendment, or any other action appropriate in the case. So essentially, we join this hearing with a motion on the table, the motion being to, wish I can look back through my notes, or we can look.
We probably should have the motion clearly stated.
And I am going to look at the minutes for.
And Attorney Rubalid, sorry, but could you please speak right into that mic, because you keep moving back and I think we're all losing you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Essentially, as we join this hearing, there is a motion on the table. And that is according to Robert's Rule of Order 37.7. Which reads that after a motion for reconsideration is approved, the effect is, to the extent practicable, with certain exceptions, to place before the assembly again the question on which the vote has been reconsidered in the exact position it occupied the moment before it was voted on originally. The original vote is thus canceled, and before any new vote on it is taken, the question is again open to debate, amendment, or any other action appropriate in the case. So I'm taking a look at the minutes of, and this is the minutes of the board meeting on November 28th, 2023. According to those minutes, with respect to this, the motion was made. Member Mather moved to make the building contributing with primary facade designation as the north and northeastern facades as identified on the facade diagram as 1 through 4. The motion was seconded by Member Valdo. Member Beachside offered a different opinion for the board's consideration. She referred to the long east facade. Half of that was added in the 1970s. So there's more discussion there, but that motion was to make the building contributing with primary facade designation, the north and northeast facades as identified on the facade diagram as 1 through 4.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I'm clear on this, there was a motion to reconsider and that was adopted. So the original vote that was taken has been canceled. So we are hearing this case anew. You're going like this.
Up to the last part, yes. But we're not hearing the case anew. What we're hearing is we're having discussion on a motion that has already been made and seconded. And then we're going to vote on that motion.
Oh, okay. So that vote, that the motion
is
to
on the table.
reconsider it's on the table,
Still
but
on
it
the
was
table.
never voted on?
It was voted on. The vote itself has been canceled. The motion is still present. And so now we'll have discussion on the motion and then
So is that the first thing that we have to do now?
discussion, right? Debate.
Okay, so I open
We
it
have
for-
a person, a neighbor who wishes to
If you could-
speak. Wishes, okay.
No, I,
Okay.
just so you know,
Wishes to
when I say
speak, so I don't
discussion,
wanna-
I mean full discussion. I'm
Okay.
not just saying amongst the board.
Right.
Okay, so I open it for discussion in reference to the motion.
You can ask the city attorney for advice, but I think that it's fine that staff could still, you could
Staff can
proceed
still
Sure.
give the report.
if you so desire. I mean,
Well, absolutely. I
it's up
think
to you.
that's what we need to do.
it's,
Chair Rios, members of the board, I'll present the case and then we can move forward for discussion and if that works. Okay, thank you. Case number 2023-007525 HDRB 913 and a half Acequia Madre was designated as contributing on November 28th, 2023. However, it's being reconsidered this evening. Staff believes the property to be contributing with the north and northeastern facades designated as primary. 913 and a half Acequia Madre is a single-family residence listed as non-contributing or as contributing to the downtown and Eastside Historic District. The structure was built in 1940 on a 0.10 acre lot, which totaled 1,702 square feet. The primary architectural design of the structure is a collaboration between Spanish Pueblo Revival and Santa Fe vernacular styles, which includes adobe and concrete block construction materials, a flat shed roof, wood and aluminum single-hung 3/1 and 1/1 windows. The structure has undergone an evolution of construction and additions throughout time. The original core of the structure is the north and northeastern facades. which contain the integrity of the historic district standards as seen through the adobe wall construction and recessed 3/1 wood framed windows. These two facades were recommended as primary. The portal over the eastern facade entryway is most likely the first addition to the structure. As construction continued, additions were made to the southern facade, adding another room and garage by the 1970s. The clear and distinct evolution of the property can be observed through the construction material and the design of the structure. Here's the current existing north and east elevations, the existing south and west elevations, a historic photo of the original structure's footprint, an aerial photograph from 1973 showing the addition as it's continuing to be added on. A 1978 aerial photograph showing the additions of the portal and the garage and so forth. And here's an overview generally that John Murphy provided in the HCPI form. He did a great illustration and understanding of the structure's integrity and growth throughout time. He was able to establish that the northern facade and the northeastern facades held the core elements of what we hold to in the historic districts, downtown and east side, and for the contributing status. So as the evolution and additions continued moving to the south, the structure's core was kept in place. There was no additions, there was no demolition, there was no change. And so within that, we believe this structure holds the integrity as contributing, and that northern and northeastern facade be designated as primary. Here's a facade diagram showing that number 1, holding that northern facade. Number 2, that northeastern facade. Here that you can see the deep recessed 3/1 window. And then underneath the portal with the coloration of the white paint. In 3 and 4 here in the facade diagram. And that is what was designated as the primary facades. Here's a view of that northern facade. Here's a view of the northeastern facade facing southwest. So staff recommendation is that the structure be maintained as contributing and the primary facades designated as 1 through 4 and the facade diagram as a primary. Staff stands for questions. Thank you.
Member Guida?
Paul, I see that the applicant paid for John Murphy, professional architectural historian, to do a full write-up on the property. And his recommendation was that, you know, although the east and north elevations show original windows, several additions were attached. The composite development gives a ranch house experience. Given the recent extensions and the fact that they represent a good deal of the house's square footage, the footprint, the recommendation is to maintain non-contributing status to the downtown and east side historic district. You are differing from John Murphy's recommendation. I'd like to know why you think this is contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. We've had this discussion before. I've only heard that it's got some old windows. So maybe you can explain exactly why this is a contributing structure to the downtown and east side historic district, what it conveys, what is the cultural importance of it, how it contributes to the district.
Chair Rios, Member Guida, thank you for asking. This structure was developed at a time post-World War II when the families were coming back home. John Murphy does a great job in his HCPI. I think he does such a great job that it made me believe that this is a historic contributing structure to the downtown and east side historic district. So in seeing that his evaluation and recommendation for non-contributing, I understand that because he sees the additions. However, I see the core of the structure being maintained. I don't see the core of that structure changing. Matter of fact, I think things were added on to the core, but the core never changed. And so that is why that structure still holds its integrity, because the construction materials, the 3/1 recessed windows, it's all still there. It hasn't changed. It hasn't gone away. And so within that, it's keeping that downtown and East Side Historic District standards as contributing, being that it's over than 50 years old, being that it contributes to the Acequia Madre area as post-World War II development with vernacular style adobe blocks, CMU block, flat shed roofs. So I think that's just an evolution of time in that district during post-World War II.
This is all very fuzzy. My concern here is that we have a district nomination, although it is not articulated clearly or at all in our code. The district nominations are based on a period of significance, on a set of characteristics and features. Your evaluation just says that this is old and still exists. Don Murphy is talking about the integrity of the structure, that the original design intent, what the structure represented to the district as a structure of that period, more than 50 years old, the 1950s part or older. His point is that the changes over time reduce the integrity of that structure. These ad hoc additions that are mostly related to a post-war period. I agree with John Murphy's assessment, and I strongly disagree with your assessment of what's contributing and what's not. Just because something is 50 years old, just because it still exists, even if it's in good condition, does not warrant a statusing of a property necessarily as contributing to the district. There has to be some rationale for how it belongs to the culture, to the district.
Thank you, Member Guida. Any other comments or clarification? Well, I'm hearing something a little bit different than Member Guida is hearing. I'm hearing Paul say, this is not only 50 years old, but this has integrity because of the footprint, of the makeup, of how it contributes to the district, when it was built. All of those different things contribute to this particular building that Mr. Dudan is indicating. So maybe he is in contrast to what the historian said. And so we on this board have to read and listen to what the historian said and also to what staff is saying and other people and that are going to be speaking this evening, and we're going to have to make our own evaluation. Thank you. Yes, Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at the HDRB report, John Murphy says that this house now reads as more of a 1950s ranch style house, which leads me to, and he also indicates that the evolution of the house is pretty evident, but that evolution of the house was done in a way that wasn't sensitive enough to retain what made it special to begin with. It's changed the style of the house. It makes it look like something that's not. And the HDRB report actually does a pretty good job of showing us the evolution in figures 5 through 8. So figure 5 is what was considered the 1950s original adobe house. And you can see that it doubles in size by the 60s and 70s, and then eventually connects to a freestanding garage that was there in the 70s, becoming a much, much larger house. I would suspect it exceeds the 50%. The non-historic portion now exceeds the 50% historic portion. We see many houses that have an original adobe core, which is great. I mean, I think that will stay, but in its current state, it's not evident, why that's special. We can't really see it anymore. And it's a shame that, additions aren't more thoughtfully considered sometimes, but that's the reality.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Any other members of this board wishing to comment at this time? If not, Mr. Richard Martinez, would you get sworn in, please? And any other persons that are going to be speaking.
Okay, I'm going to swear both of you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. When you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jay Morton. I'm the owner of this subject property.
And I bought it last year
Can
hoping.
you please state your address? Thank you.
And I bought it last year hoping to retire to the neighborhood. I have many friends there. And I'm hoping to improve the house and be a member of the community. Right now, I'm currently the chair of the Paintings Council at the Getty in Los Angeles, and I'm hoping to work in museums here in Santa Fe as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. First, I want to make a point of clarification, just to make sure that I'm understood. The lawyer stated at the last meeting that I said that the vote was not correct. It was illegal, but I didn't. My point was that the matter was not well considered. And so I asked for it to be reconsidered again. And I'm very grateful for this. Thank you very much. So I believe this house should not be upgraded to contributing. The staff says in their recommendation that the structure has undergone an evolution of construction and additions throughout time. The clear and distinct evolution of the property can be observed through the construction material and design of the structure. I would ask, why stop that evolution now? I think that we can only improve the structure. I can think of many reasons to maintain its non-contributing status. The entry portal is falling down and needs to be replaced. If the facade behind it is deemed a contributing, a primary facade, that would be impossible without a variance. If somebody wanted to raise the parapets to maybe hide solar or to make the roof work better, they're very small parapets. That would be impossible on primary facades. The north side has an overhang where the roof drains out. That's not a very good way to drain the roof. And I can imagine that would like to be changed. The historian recommends maintaining the non-contributing status in the section he titles Evaluation of Historic Status. He states, the oldest portion of the house, the adobe, the east-west bedroom wing at the north, is at least 80 years old. Its plain east and north elevations show original windows and reveal mostly an unaltered exterior appearance. To this were attached several additions. The most recent from circa 1976, connecting the older home to a once freestanding garage. The composite development of the building gives it a ranch house appearance. Given the recent extensions and the fact that they represent a good deal of the house's square footage and footprint, the recommendation is to maintain non-contributing status to the downtown and East Side Historic District. He took into account the old plain east and north elevations that we're now talking about. I just want to note also that when he mentions the original windows, those windows have failed. They are under storm windows in every case. Just look at his photographs in his report and you'll see that. And they need to be replaced. The windows need to be replaced. We did no window study because we recognize that all the windows need to be replaced. Of course, that the replacement would be in the purview of this body. We have received letters from several neighbors who have commented as follows. And I didn't bring these letters because they have to do with our renovations. And so I think they're not appropriate. I'm just going to read the appropriate parts of the letters. Celia Baldwin and Bruce Catania, neighbors across the street, across the road at 919 Acequia Madre Right. We understand that the board has previously ruled that part of the structure is contributing. We strongly urge the board to reconsider this ruling given its practical implications to this renovation. The current structure is dilapidated and has been abandoned for several years. Also, it suffers from an ill-conceived 70s addition. Larry Colton, a neighbor at 826 Camino del Poniente, writes, "We are friends and neighbors of Jay Morton and Mike Phillips and live 1 block away from them on the corner of Camino de Montesol and Camino del Poniente. The property Jay and Mike purchased is in a sad state of disrepair and needs virtually everything." Laura Durensis, a neighbor at 822.5 Canyon Road, writes, "I live just a few yards north of that property on the opposite side of our shared roadway at 822.5 Canyon Road. My husband and I settled in our home 5 years ago and noted from the beginning that the property in question has been seriously neglected for some time. To say it has been an eyesore is an understatement. In its current state, it does nothing to reflect the beauty of the unique architectural style Santa Fe is so proud of." Malcolm Lazen, a neighbor at 923.5 Acequia Madre, writes, "As a neighbor, I write to enthusiastically support the application of Morton Phillips Trust as presented by Martinez Architecture Studio, BC. In conclusion, I would like to say that the architectural historian recommends no upgrade and 4 neighbors are in agreement. I reiterate that this house should not be upgraded. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
PO Box 925, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504.
Thank you, Richard. I'll ask the board after the next gentleman speaks, if they have any questions for you.
Yes, this is a neighbor for our public. Is there going to be a comments from the public?
Yes, but hold on. Let me see if any board members have questions for you, Richard. Any questions for Richard or comments? At this time? So anyone from the public that wishes to speak in reference to this particular case, you can come forward now.
Good evening, board.
Sir, I need to swear you in, please. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Bruce Catania, 919 Acequia Madre. Good evening, board members. The first picture that you saw of the house is the view that we have from our house directly across the way. And you've heard letters describing the condition of the house. And so I'm here, I wanted to come in person to tell you that I strongly support the applicant and his motion to reconsider. And that's really because to bring this house back to life is going to take a significant investment. And I just urge the board to consider the practical implications of rendering a decision that is contributing. You have a kind of a hodgepodge of structures, and it needs to be rehabilitated. And if you rule it's contributing, they won't be able to renovate the entire structure. And so who knows what the future of this is? And so we very much want to see this reconsidered, and we very much want to see the house brought back to life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Eddie's next, and he needs to get sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddy. My address is number 14 Avenida Campo Verde. Madam Chair, board members, good to see you. Happy New Year. I know that you're going to do the right thing here because I know that you all recognize that this house really does need help. As a builder, I understand what the architect just stated about the need to raise parapets on the roof. With these older structures, that is a definite need that cannot be ignored, I think, personally. So that these problems do need to be addressed on this house. Having said that, I want to just say a word in support of staff who recognize the qualities and the importance of our vernacular adaptation as we live in neighborhoods. the applicant spun that a different way. But I took that to see that he understood that these two additions, not three additions, 2 out of 3 of the additions were vernacular additions to the house to spread out the floor plan so they could live there. And I believe that they should remain within the contributing status of this house. Now, you're going to have to decide whether or not always variances can be asked to raise parapets on contributing houses, I believe. That will be addressed going forward. The piece of this house that I think does not really fit with the rest of the house is the garage addition. And I would leave that out of that status. But I know that you're gonna, I look forward to your discussion because this does need to be addressed carefully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, any comments or questions at this time?
Rios?
Yes.
We have a member of the public that would speak online. Would like
Oh, okay. And that person needs to get sworn in. And who is that?
Ms. Stephanie Beninato, you may unmute. Please state the record, your name and address for the record and be sworn.
And also, Stephanie, for some reason, every time you speak, we can hear the beginning of your comments and then you dwindle to not being able to be heard very well. So
Okay,
you'll speak as loudly as you can.
okay, and let me know if I fade out. Can you hear me now?
Not very well, but
Can you hear me better now?
I don't know. What about the rest of you? Nobody, no, we can't really hear you and the audience is nodding no. I don't know what the issue is technically.
Okay, what if I talk from here? Can you hear me now?
Well, we'll do our best. Plus, the screen does indicate what you're saying in black and white, so. So I think you need to swear. her
Okay.
in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beninato, P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Can you hear me? No. So am I really giving testimony here? Because I don't know how I'm going on record if you all can't hear me. And are you actually reading the screen or not? Because I'd like
Ms.
to just have
Beninato.
I'd like to have an opportunity, yes. Hello?
We can hear.
Now we're hearing you a lot better, Stephanie. Just
Okay.
keep blurting out your words.
All right, thank you. So I think that you should give it a contributing status. I think that really the house has developed over time. Most of it is within the historic period, and what isn't is only 2 years away from being considered historic. I understand it has changed its character, but the original part maintains the footprint, the openings, etc. As we all know, the board allows replacement of historic windows when they're failing. You allow raising of parapets. So all of that is sort of red herrings. And it seems the neighbors want it so that it could all be that they had the impression that if it's contributing, somehow the whole house will be frozen in look, which isn't true. And so it's based on a misunderstanding of what contributing status is. And it would be good to have a little bit more of a discussion about that. I think again that the parts that the staff is recommending are totally appropriate. I think staff reasoning is right on. And I think that we need to preserve at least the parts of the house that indicate that vernacular that was very not obvious, but throughout the neighborhood. It was common throughout the neighborhood to have vernacular architecture, and you all want to give exceptions for people who want to live here now, but now suddenly you're penalizing people who wanted to live here from 1940 into the 1970s. So again, I would support staff's recommendations and hope that the vote remains a majority for contributing status. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else? Sir, get sworn in.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Horomansky, 824 Kenyon Road.
Go ahead.
I'm a neighbor as well at the alley. So basically, my wife and I have restored an adobe building, two buildings down the alley. And I share the opinion of Ms. Catania, another neighbor who presented his opinion earlier today, that the minimum amount of that house should be designated as contributing, because it really is, as someone who has worked and has appeared in front of this board with a house that was both contributing and significant, and someone who has worked on that house to restore the adobe with my own hands. I have a deep respect for Adobe Historic District and buildings and history. And I do believe that we can do much, much better with this building. Bringing it back, well, the Adobe portion of it is truly sacred in ways, but the rest of it is a hodgepodge that needs to be gone.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in this audience wishing to speak about this project? It appears not. And anyone else on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios, we have one member of the public that would like to speak, Ms. Kristen Fox. Kristen, you can unmute. Please state your name and address for the record and be sworn.
My name is Kristen Fox. I'm at 2 East San Marcos Road.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I would like to voice my support for Mr. Martinez and his recommendation that these facades be non-contributing. I am an architect. I also have a master's degree in historic preservation, and I think we should really take a look at that report that was referenced earlier. And I think the strongest evidence that we can find is from that report, which basically says these are not contributing. There's nothing significant about these buildings or these facades except that they are old. So again, I just want to support Mr. Martinez and the homeowner's wishes. And by freezing these facades, by calling them contributing, we're essentially blocking what could be a really exceptional addition to this neighborhood, where now they have kind of an eyesore, as the neighbors have stated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to guess no one else on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
No one else on Zoom and no one else here. Okay, so we have, and I'm a little still kind of confused about this, but there's a motion on the table, and I guess whoever that motion needs to be restated. I would indicate.
I think the city attorney already restated the motion.
I can restate it though. According to the minutes, Member Mather moved to make the building contributing with primary facade designation as the north and northeastern facades as identified on the facade diagram as 1 through 4. Motion was seconded by Member Valdo.
That's what was done. Yes. Member Vichai.
Can the facade map be displayed so that we know exactly what we're looking at, please?
IT, if you can bring back the PowerPoint, please.
Member Beachside?
Excuse me, I just want to make sure everyone was aware of what we're voting on here, like, facade number 1 and 2 are definitely part of the old house, correct? And then 3 and 4 are behind a 1970s porch addition. And everything else is 1973 or later, I believe. Is that correct, Paul?
Chair Rios, member Beachside, no, ma'am. So number 1 would be the north facade. Number 2, that northeastern facade here, and that porch would also be the original footprint as well. The portal may not be. The porch itself, the entryway, is original to the structure.
Sorry, I'm looking at the Hickey report, which says the frame porch was added in 1973, and that covers facades 3 and 4 on your map.
Being that it's 1973, it is older than 50 years and can be part of the contributing, as well as also identified as historic, but we're not recommending the portal per se as that northeastern facade underneath the portal, which is original to and core to that structure.
And what is the reason for that? Because it's as old as the rest? Are you saying it doesn't have any character?
Oh, no, I think it does have character. Totally. That's why I'm recommending it, the structure as contributing with the northeastern and the north as primary facades, because they do hold the character. They do hold integrity. They're exactly what this establishes this area. So by making it contributing would promote that.
Yeah, I would disagree that the frame porch really doesn't add anything to the character that might be behind it, associated with the original building. So in your recommendation, you're including the frame porch. Is that correct?
Chair Rios, member Beachside, no, ma'am. I am stating the northeastern facade, the north and the north wall. The portal was established in 1973 or later, but we're looking more at that wall, the entryway. We believe that entryway is core to the structure and was one of the original entrance to the house.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just as a clarification, just for the makers of the motion, the motion was intended to elevate the status of the property to contributing and to designate 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the facade map, excluding the porch as primary. Is that correct? That's what we're voting on. I would recommend, Madam Chair, that we take a vote.
Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we vote, just 3 very quick comments. First of all, I did not vote at the last meeting because I was acting chair, but I do appreciate staff's thorough report in this matter. And as we've discussed before, I do not view the hit be generated by Mr. Murphy at the behest of the applicant as being in terms of its final conclusions and recommendations as having greater weight than staff's view and judgment or of the board's view and judgment. And as much as I admire the depth of research that the HDRBs contain that allow us to reach measured and appropriate judgments and well-informed judgments, the final judgment that he makes as to contributing or not contributing is just that. That's his opinion that it's up to us to make that final determination. And we're guided by staff's recommendation as well as our own views. So I think the staff's done an excellent job in that area. Number 2, I just want to be very clear for members of the public and the applicant that a contributing status designation in no way prohibits rehabilitation or renovations to a building. The contributing status does have an effect on what some of those renovations might be, most particularly with respect to the primary facades. And even primary facades can have some work done on them, but it's very limited. However, we routinely consider and at times grant, when the record warrants, renovations based on exceptions to the restrictions to even primary facade renovations. So the board in making these decisions is in no way preventing continued rehabilitation and evolution of these structures. So I just want to, that's something that there was a bit of misinformation about presented at times tonight, and understandably so. I completely understand why people can be confused by that, but it's important to understand that this is just statusing. This does not have a final determination on what can and can't be done in terms of rehabilitation. And then the third point is we really just had a rehash of the arguments that we had at the last hearing. And I think it's a bit of a slippery slope to just come back and ask for a second look at a decision that's already been made without new information. And I did not hear new information today. And I think that should be a basis for reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Benvenu, for all your comments. And one of the comments that he made was very important, and Richard knows this. He's been before this board for many years. If something is designated contributing, the applicant has the option to come before the board and rehab that building in the manner that he or she seeing, working with the architect, will fit their lifestyle, and they come before the board. And if it's something that's going to impact one of the primary facades, you ask for exceptions. So many buildings have been rehabbed as they are in the vernacular style. People added to homes as families grew. And now people are changing these buildings to a degree. And sometimes when we give them that stamp of contributing, for instance, you want to honor what the building represents, but it does not mean that you cannot live in that building and have it rehabbed to your liking. Yes, Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to belabor this much longer. I agree with previous board comments about statusing not being necessarily a barrier to improvements to the property or rehabilitation. We've seen that before. What I do want to just kind of drill down into just a little bit more is this issue. I hope, Member Benvenu, you weren't implying that because the owner paid for the report that there's an influence over John Murphy's opinion and recommendation. It's a professional recommendation. It is just that is a recommendation, which staff may disagree with, which this board may disagree with. I'll note that it was a professional recommendation, and one that should be taken with the due weight that conveys. This board did not, even after adding the historic overlay to our style ordinance, did not status buildings except for the last 15 years or so. This is a relatively new procedure in this board's review. What I take the most issue with is the rigor with which status designations are made. Words mean things. We have a historic district that has a period of significance, that has a detailed cultural underlayment to its logic. The recommendations that John Murphy makes in his reports are always relative to that history, that cultural history. The way I read his report in this particular case, and again, the board and staff may disagree with this, is that although there is a part of the house that's 80 years old and is adobe, and is relatively intact, the subsequent additions have altered the ability of that property, have changed the character of that property into a post-war 1960s, 1970s house that no longer contributes to the district. Its overwhelming character-defining features is this long, low thing that's not vernacular, that's not old Santa Fe style. Maybe if the house was just the 80-year-old portion and still existed, perhaps it would contribute to the district in John's view and perhaps even in my view. And it may be the case that the board agrees that that portion of the house is undiminished by these additions. I tend to agree with John Murphy. I think it's, and we talked about this last time, when we say something is old or historic or contributing or has integrity, and when we status something, we have to be very clear, because we are imposing a limit on a property owner, and that's one dimension of it. But more importantly, we are saying what as a community is important culturally to us. And so in my view, a house that has now been ranchified and turned into, is not necessarily something that contributes to the downtown and east side historic district and that neighborhood and that streetscape. And so I can't say that that's okay. And it's up to me and it's up to these individual board members to decide whether these additions, would also, say that just that portion, and you're only recommending the 80-year-old portion, diminish that. And so rigor and definition and clarity of terms is really what's at stake here.
Thank you, Member Guida. So with all that being said, we will take a vote on the motion. And Melissa?
Okay, Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
No.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Thank you. Richard? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to new business. And new business is located at 123 and 135 Grant Avenue. And that is also Paul's case.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, community members. Thank you all for being here. This is a great opportunity to discuss this important and awesome project that's being proposed before you today. So this evening. So thank you all for being here. In case number 2023007222 HDRB 123 and 135 Grant Avenue in the downtown and east side historic district, non-contributing Jenkins Gavin, agent for the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum, owner requests approval for a 56,000 square foot museum building. An exception to 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards and 14-5.2D 1A and B, proposed alteration or new construction will cause an adjacent structure to lose significant status, and section 14-5.2D9E and F, scale and floor step backs. The structure at 123 Grant Avenue, which was originally constructed as a Safeway grocery store, is listed as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. And the structure at 135 Grant Avenue is the Otero Burgeri House and is significant to the downtown and east side historic district. The Otero Burgeri House has been converted to a commercial building for use as the Georgia O'Keeffe Research Center and administrative offices. The former Safeway building at 123 Grant Avenue was constructed in the Spanish Pueblo Revival architectural design style with rounded parapets, recessed doors and windows, and a large patio that wraps around the building with wooden corbels and Vigo implements. The property also includes a large parking lot with many large trees providing shade coverage for vehicles. The property has undergone multiple stages of use and development since before the establishment of Santa Fe in 1610. The predominant history for the Grant Avenue area in regard to the built environment is related to the Fort Marcy Military Reservation, which was established during the American territorial period from 1850 to 1912. In the early 1940s, a Safeway grocery store was built. In the 1960s, a new Safeway building was constructed at 123 Grant Avenue in the location where one of Fort Marcy's officers' quarters used to be located. The property has undergone previous alterations and maintenance, but has generally maintained the same footprint as the Safeway store. The Otero Burgeri House property, which is the most intact remaining officer's home from the Fort Marcy period, has remained relatively unchanged with the exception of the exterior, which was updated after 1912 to reflect the Spanish Pueblo revival style that came to dominate Santa Fe after statehood. Here is a general view of 135 and 123 Grant Avenue facing eastward, kind of showing the streetscape. Here is the view from Sheridan Avenue facing west, showing 135 and 123 Grant Avenue facing east. Here is the 135 Grant Avenue north elevation showing the site wall. Here's a historic photo. Just want to show that the initial footprint of 123 and 135 Grant Avenue was initially military officer quarters. And then as we can see in the 1988 map, their establishment, their historic features, territorial features, and so forth. In 1941, I believe the Safeway grocery store was established at 123 Grant Avenue. And in the 1960s, the grocery store was upgraded, and now currently 123 Grant Avenue houses George's O'Keefe's administrative offices. At 135 Grant Avenue, here's a photo from 1883 showing 135 Grant Avenue, and then today, as we can see it as we walk down, still dominates the streetscape and is a significant structure to the downtown and East Side Historic District and is known as the historic Otero Burgeri House. Here is the existing site plan showing the old Safeway grocery store and the Otero Burgeri House. Here's the existing and proposed site plans. The proposed site plan on the right-hand side showing the 56,000 square footprint of the new design of the George O'Keefe Museum. And also in the northeast corner of that structure, we have a cistern structure that is being implemented in the historic garden area. Some hardscape that kind of evolves around the historic garden area, the 135 Grant Avenue, kind of just a change of the landscape there between both those properties. Here, 123 Grant Avenue, the proposed north and east elevations. These were elevations that we received from the applicant, showing you the design. And I want to take into consideration anybody who's been on Grant Avenue. Territorial style and Santa Fe Pueblo revival style dominate that streetscape. And this structure, we just want to elaborate the massing on the north elevation and on the east elevations. No windows on that east elevation. There's no elements, wood elements, no, just mass. On that north elevation, you have some divided light windows. You have some windows, but you don't have any vigas, wooden elements. You have a different change in stucco color, but there's some key elements that this design provides on these elevations that we need to be considerate of. 123 Grant Avenue, proposed south and west elevations. Again, we see large masses. We don't see a necessarily breakup of mass, but what we do see is mass over mass, and that's concerned staff when looking at these elevations. Here's the finishes of the colors that they're proposing. Our concerns with these on this material list would be that middle fence and gate. in that it doesn't show a good description of it. And we're not sure if that's even conforming to the downtown and east side historic district as seen on that Grant Avenue streetscape. In September of 2021, the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum came before the HDRB and provided their first design review as an informational item. It was reviewed by staff. It was reviewed by the HDRB and public for consideration, for discussion. Here is the proposed floor plan that they have here. It's relatively different than what is proposed today. So there is a change in it. And as much that needs to be considered, that may need to go for further review from the development review team. Is that correct, Heather?
Yes, Chair Rios, members of the board. Actually, we have joined on the Zoom Dan Esquivel, who is the case manager for the Planning Commission, as well as Maggie Moore, the planning manager, to discuss or to be available for questions. But it is possible that the development plan itself may have to be either administratively amended or amended by the Planning Commission pending the results of the design review of the Historic Districts Review Board.
Thank you, Heather. So staff has some concerns with this design. And so some of the concerns that we have brought to the design team and the applicant, we've been discussing throughout the duration that I've been with the city and been working on this project. And some of these, we as staff do not believe the design meets 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. The parapets are not flat, they are tall and sloped, which is not found in recent Santa Fe style. There is no architectural articulation to create variation and interest in the facade, wooden lintels, vigas, roof beams. While the building has step backs on the ground level, the overall appearance of large masses remains the same, which is dissimilar to other buildings in the streetscape. The recent Santa Fe style design standards aim to create harmony with historic buildings by use of similarity of materials, color, proportion, and general detail to historic buildings in the streetscape. There's no cantilevers are permitted except over projecting vigas, beams, or wood corbels. While the entries are articulated with a roof covering, it is not characteristic of recent Santa Fe style. The proposed modern middle fencing is also dissimilar to other fencing in the streetscape. Middle fencing was first used during the American period and can be found in places such as the Don Gaspar Historic District. So the applicant and the design team reviewed historic significant structures around the location at 123 Grant Avenue. They looked at the First Presbyterian Church, the Otero Bagheri House, the county courthouse, and the New Mexico Museum of Art, all surrounding this location. And in this diagram, on the right side is the design of the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. On the left side is the Otero Bagheri House. If you're using these historic structures that completely surround this location, it's coming with a very different design than what is around that streetscape, not territorial, not Santa Fe Pueblo, but what we consider a northern New Mexico convento style, something you would see in Abiquiu, Trampas, Taos, northern New Mexico, not something you see on Grant Avenue, which is territorial and Santa Fe Pueblo revival. Now, I grew up in Abiquiu. My mom lives there, grew up in an adobe home. Grew up here in Santa Fe with my father. My mom still lives out there. And so I have a good idea of exactly understanding Abiquiu, that landscape, Ghost Ranch, and the design of this and how it contrasts to what we see in Santa Fe on Grant Avenue, the Grant Avenue streetscape, and the history that's there and what's established today. a 123 Grant Avenue streetscape facing east. So as we have on Grant Avenue, as we're facing east, we can see the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum design. And what we see is a lot of mass. We see step-backed rooftops and mass. We don't see a lot of breakup, wood elements, or anything that's inviting. What we see is like block structure. And it doesn't harmonize with the other structures around it. Here's 123 Grant Avenue streetscape facing west from Sheridan Avenue. This is also from Sheridan Avenue, all mass, no breakup. We do see some dimensions of depth moving back on the step backs, but we see sloped, massed sides and wall. And that's something we need to consider when we're looking at the downtown and east side design standards. So for 14-5.2 D1A and B requires that the spaces that embody the status of contributing or significant structures be retained, and that proposed alteration or new construction does not cause adjacent structures to lose their historic status. Staff has concerns about the sensitivity of the proposed design to the Grant Avenue streetscape and the historic structures on the streetscape. Streetscape considerations are important because of the identity they create and for retention of the historic fabric of the district. The former Fort Marcy Military Reservation area is territorial in nature, and the style can be seen in nearby buildings and over the years, some Spanish Pueblo revival styles that have been built within the Grant Avenue streetscape. The following buildings on Grant Avenue have a historic status that is contributing or significant to the downtown and east side historic district. 102 Grant Avenue, significant. 122 Grant Avenue, contributing. 130 Grant Avenue, significant. 135 Grant Avenue, significant. 136 Grant Avenue, significant. And 208 Grant Avenue, significant. Furthermore, the changes to the landscape adjacent to the Bulgari House changes the space that embodies the Anglo-American period with lots of the same dimension in the streetscape. And the character defining feature is the presence of the Anglo-American style yards with both front and backyard areas. The integration of this landscape into the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum complex causes the loss of that expression of urban design and a space that embodies the Anglo-American urban streetscape. It is important to delineate the previous yard area separation between the sites. This can be accomplished with the construction of a low seat wall, which will illustrate the separation of spaces and be a historical reference of the yard wall that exists between the Bulgari House and the Safeway site. It may be helpful to also decrease the amount of paved area on the Bulgari site to be consistent with the historic site design that embodied the space organization and design around the historic building. So looking at the Otero Bulgari House southeastwardly, we can kind of get an idea of what that northern facing, the northern facing side of the museum and what they're proposing. And there's a lot of hardscape in that garden area, along with the cistern that they're proposing. This garden isn't very big to begin with, but there's going to be proposed a lot of hardscape in this area that is going to impact that historic garden. Currently, that site wall that's there now is preserving that historic garden in place. Once it's knocked down, it's going to be replaced with hardscape, concrete slab, black stone, other implements, rock. And now that historic garden is no longer what encapsulates that area. It's no longer, now it's changed. Now it's a hardscape and the entrance is on that northern facade. So now you have a bunch of hardscape on a northern facade, and we all understand that now with the weather that we're getting, all the snow, all the ice always stays on that northern facade. So there's going to be some large further impacts just because of that alone. But like with the cistern, the hardscape, there's got to be something to break that up. But because of the historic garden, this development will impact it adversely. One 123 Grant Avenue, 14-5.2 D9E. The scale of the proposed structure is out of proportion to other buildings in the established streetscape. So we have 135 Grant Avenue, the Otero Bagari House, and we have the Georgia O'Keeffe design. One was territorial and then changed to Spanish Pueblo Revival style, and one is mass and massive. And if we want it to be harmony, or create harmony on the streetscape, but there's a lot of block wall. There's a lot of solid block, flat surfaces. And that is alarming to staff in the Historic Preservation Division. Here on the Sheridan Avenue, facing east or facing west, we see it sloped rooftops, blocked walls, mass. But what we don't see is territorial style, Spanish Pueblo Revival style, or anything in reference to the Grant Avenue streetscape. And it doesn't harmonize. It's dense, thick, solid, and it's not creating that harmony on that streetscape. Here's 123 Grant Avenue site perspective from Sheridan Avenue facing west by southwest. I don't believe anything on Grant Avenue or in the historic downtown or east side looks anything like this. And within saying that, it's not within the downtown and east side design standards. 123 Grant Avenue site perspective from Grant Avenue facing northeast. This is a good view showing breakup facade. They have large divided light windows breaking up that facade. On that northeast, on that southwest side, in that corner, breaking up the facade, sloped back. You see these breakups. Now that starts to be more contiguous with what we see in the downtown and east side and on Grant Avenue. But currently, staff believes that the design team is just not there yet. 123 Grant Avenue, 14-5.2 D9F. The proposed single-story structure does not have sufficient upper story step backs. Now, in step backs, they aren't providing step backs that we see similar to the Otero Bagari House, to the New Mexico Art Museum. They're looking at step backs as the roof is sloped down as their step backs. And staff does not believe that this design meets 14-5.2E design, downtown and east side design standards. So that step back is non-conforming. And I will read this from the ordinance. Massing and floor step backs. The board may require that upper floor levels be stepped back to carry out the intent of this section, provided that the board is making such determinations shall take into account whether the height of the proposed building, yard wall, fence, or proposed step back of upper floor levels is in harmony with the massing of the applicable streetscape and preservation of the historic and characteristic visual qualities of the streetscape. The board shall also require that the publicly visible facades of the structure be in conformance with subsections 14-5.2E through H, and in meeting those requirements may require that different floor levels be stepped back. So staff does not believe they meet that criteria. Staff does not find that all the exception criteria have been met for 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards, 14-5.2D1B spaces that embody the status, and 14-5.2D9E and F scale and floor setbacks. Staff recommends the applicant revise the design to meet the City of Santa Fe Code of Ordinances and resubmit the application when it complies with 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. Staff stands for questions.
Thank you. Paul, just quickly. This building, 56,000 square feet, is being proposed from Sheridan Street all the way to Grant Avenue, correct?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
And what are we talking about in terms of open space? And also parking area?
Madam Chair, the parking will be off-site. However, the applicant will be better to share with you that information of open space.
Okay. And tell us again the height of the building?
The height is 32 feet. The proposed height is 32 feet.
And do you feel, you indicated that this was to you a northern New Mexico style building? Do you liken this to the church at Ranchos de Taos, the church that is rather famous, that the San Francisco de Assisi mission?
Madam Chair, I believe so, but I believe it's a mixture. I believe it's a mixture of Taos and Georgia O'Keeffe's paintings along with the landscape, because Georgia O'Keeffe's house itself is more hacienda-esque with a lot of open vigas, portals, very similar to what we see down here. But I think the design is incorporating much more mass and something that we see in the more in the missions or in the landscape with because even in Georgia O'Keeffe's home in Abiquiu it's very similar to what we would consider Santa Fe Pueblo revival style.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul, thanks for the presentation. I'll say, you know, I'm not used to hearing I'm used to hearing far more facts in staff presentations about the code and about the project. And I think we heard a lot of opinion in your presentation tonight. I just have a few questions about facts here. You know, one of the things that I saw a lengthy discussion of your opinion on the status of the picket fence and the walls and all that stuff. I did not see a articulation of what this board's previous reception of informational presentations from Gluckman Tang and from DNCA were. My memory is that both of those presentations were overwhelmingly well received by this board. Is that correct?
I believe when the design team came before the board.
This project has been presented to the board twice.
Yes.
Remarked on the dates, but you didn't further qualify it. The overwhelming reception, both times this was presented informationally for feedback from the board, the reception of the project was overwhelmingly positive. Is that correct?
That would just, Chair Rios, Member Guida, I can't really give my opinion on that because I don't know. I wasn't here for the first one.
Not looking for your opinion, looking for just a relaying of you know, what has happened on the project.
Chair Rios, Member Guida, I wasn't here for the 2021.
Okay.
And for the second one, whether it was good or not, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, this wasn't the discussion at that one. I just want to go into some of the exceptions here, questions I have. You know, you're alleging that the design will reduce or cause a loss in status of the Otero Bergere house. what's the basis of the significant status of the Otero Bergère house? Is it about the exterior of the building, which you talked about as being changed over time and not being the original look, or is it about or is that significant status related to a historical event or person? Can you clarify what this basis of the status of the Otero Bergère house is?
For the Otero, Madam Chair, Member Guida, the historic status of the Otero Bergère house is significant. And I believe it was designated as significant in 1999 by the board.
For what reason?
Probably, I don't know.
Okay.
Chair Rios.
Heather?
Chair Rios, Member Guida, it was designated at that time because its association with the Otero family, as well as its association with historic Fort Marcy. While there are changes to the house that made a Spanish Pueblo revival, you recall the pictures where it was a more of an American style, and you actually, there's a placard there at the property itself. Those changes have acquired their own significance. And so it was a discussion of the board at that time that for those reasons, both the association with historic figures, as well as association with architectural evolution over time, community evolution over time, that warranted a significant status.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying, Heather. Does this project touch the house?
Chair Rios, Member Guida, the scope of the work of this project, it does. And we know that through the Section 106 process, that there is going to be work that is needed by the Section 106 process for archaeology for ground disturbing activities that exceed into the 135 grant.
Is that the purview of this board?
Heather, Chair Rios, Member Guida, Heather, could you elaborate on that? I'm not sure.
Thank you, Paul. Chair Rios, Member Guido, with reference to the Section 106 review, there have been a lot of things going on. The Historic Districts Review Board in the past has had one board member on the Archaeological Review Committee. They are intricately tied. They both deal with historic preservation. And there's been notice of adverse impact on historic resources that has been given to the city and the Archaeological Review Committee regarding potential impacts to historic resources. And part of that is, as to spaces that embody the status with the change of the garden, because as part of that significant status, there was also discussion of the Nino Otero Warren garden. I'm sorry, the Otero Bergère garden as being a big piece of the history of that property. And so as part of a space that embodies the status of that structure or of that, property, that is one of the issues, because a lot of the trees will be removed and the cistern will be installed. So there'll be a lot of hardscape. And we did discuss this with the applicant as part of our review process.
I wouldn't suggest that those dimensions of landscape aren't important, but is that in this board's designation of that property? I mean, we're not talking about a property that's on the National Register or an NHL, and where that is identified as a character defining feature for the historic status of that property.
Chair Rios, Member Guida, there has been discussion in the past about that as being part of the defining character, part of the history of the structure.
And I guess what I'm getting at too is that, usually trees, archaeology, fire, other code issues are not the purview of this board. We don't often talk about hardscape here because it's not part of the historic overlay. And so I guess, if the basis of this discussion of loss of status is that there is a landscape element that is causing that, I'm struggling to understand how that landscape element, which is beyond our purview, beyond any discussion that we've had previously, is a matter for this board and a matter for staff to make a recommendation on loss of status.
And Chair Rios, Member Guida, with reference to the cistern, that expands the area of impact as well. So this does have to do with historic preservation issues, whether they be above grade or subgrade.
Paul, is the project within the allowable height?
Chair Rios, Member Guida, yes.
And then you made clear in your presentation that the discussion of setbacks is up to the board. Is that correct?
Chair Rios,
the
Member
code.
Guida, it would be step backs and they are up to the board.
Okay.
And we do have Maggie Moore and David Escobar on Zoom if you have any questions for them.
I will. That's all for now. Thank you.
Other board members have any questions or comments at this time? Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for clarification, so it was a very thorough presentation in your report and tonight, but I just want to be clear on what exactly it is that we're being required to consider tonight and what the basis of staff's recommendations are. So I understand there are you believe there are 4 different exceptions that are required, correct?
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, that is correct.
Okay, and the first one is for design.
Chair Rios, Member Guida, yes, sir.
Okay. If I understand correctly, so first of all, do you put this into the recent Santa Fe style as an effort, even though you have said that you don't believe that it meets all the criteria? Or are you taking it outside of either of the 2 permitted styles, in your opinion?
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, I wanted to start this presentation with reading you downtown and east side design standards so that everybody here would understand what it is to be in the downtown and east side design standards. What are they? So I can read that. I wanted to start off with that, but that's lengthy and I think we all have an understanding of what they are. Reviewing this design, it's hard to conceptualize that it meets any of the design standards that are in 14-5.2E. Yes, they have Adobe skin, and that's going to be stuccoed over with cementitious stucco, and it'll be colored. However, when you look at the Otero Bergeri structure and you look at this design, completely contrasting. So does this design harmony within that Grant Avenue streetscape? It's not territorial, has none of those territorial features. It's massive, it's solid. It's not like the Otero Bergeri House or the Presbyterian Church or the Convention Center or the courthouse or the New Mexico Art Museum. It's so, and all of those define what Santa Fe style is, the downtown and east side historic district design standards. And all of those have elements, whereas this structure has very few, even the step back sloped roof, something that is not seen in Santa Fe. I don't know any structure in the downtown and east side historic district that has that step back and 7-foot tall parapets. I don't know who, like it's not within the design standards. And so for us to approve something outside of that, all we have is code. And so all we're looking at is trying to match it, meet it. Okay, so this might not work. And we've been talking with the design team that some of these features, some of these structural design elements that's why we've requested that it come before the board for an exception for the design.
Okay. So I get the idea that generally you feel that it doesn't meet the spirit of the design, but I just want to kind of focus on what your specific objections are, or at least what you consider to be the specific areas in which it fails to conform. And it sounds like you're saying the first one is what you're calling parapets not being flat. And I assume you mean not being vertical because they're battered at the top?
Correct.
By that? Okay. And then the second one is lack of architectural articulation. So that's referring to just kind of wooden elements and windows and I suppose buttresses, anything to break up the massing. Is that what you're getting out there?
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, that is correct.
Okay. And then similarity of materials, color, proportion, and general detail to other buildings in the streetscape.
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, that's correct.
And then cantilevers. And what is the cantilever in the proposal that you're referring to, just so I'm clear?
On the northern facade, they have a large cantilever over the windows. And on the, so here on the IT, would you be able to put the computer back on? Thank you, sir. Here you can see on that cantilever, in general, there's no cantilevers in the downtown and east side historic district.
So the cantilever you're referring to is over the entryway on the north side?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I might quibble with the definition of cantilever in that case, because I think of a cantilever as being a projection that's fixed at one end and then free at the other. And this looks like it's set within the portal or the entryway. So it's fixed on three sides, it looks like.
In that, it should have some kind of beams holding it up, I believe. And because it doesn't meet the code.
Okay. If it's a cantilever.
Yes.
Is it supported on three sides?
Well, I believe that, I don't know if it's supported on three sides. I thought it was just on the two sides on there.
In a recess with three walls, it's not a cantilever.
Chair Rios, Member Guida, maybe Heather could help me out on this cantilever.
Yeah, and I'm not, just so you know, I'm not trying to debate any of these things right now. I'm just trying to get a list in my own mind as to what we're trying to pay attention to, but go ahead.
Rios, Member Bienvenu, and Member Guida. The cantilever term is something that might be misused in this case. But when it comes to any type of porch or feature in the downtown East Side Historic District, it's clearly stated in the code that it needs to be supported by some beams or supporting members, even in the definition of portals. So at this point, that does not function as anything related to downtown and East Side Historic District standards.
Okay, and then the last item that you called out, at least in the report, was the metal fencing, right?
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, that is correct.
Okay, so is that a good general list of the things that you think or where this particular design fails to conform to our standards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if I can be indulged a moment longer.
John, what was the last thing that you mentioned?
Metal fencing. So I think there's a vehicular entry gate as well as a pedestrian gate, maybe more than one. And then the second exception is under 5.2 D1A and B, which is that you believe approval of this structure may affect the status of either the adjacent building or other buildings in the streetscape.
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, that is correct.
And that's kind of a tricky one for us because I've never seen that come before us as an exception before. The way the code reads, I think, is that the board it may even be mandatory. Maybe it's shall deny a request if it will cause another structure to lose its status. So it seems to me that the board would first have to reach a determination that it will cause an adjoining structure to lose its status before it could address the exception criteria. Would you agree with that?
Chair Rios, Member Bienvenu, the design they are proposing, if approved by the board, will then impact historically significant, designated significant structures, or such as the historic garden. And so in doing that, this criteria we're requesting that it be met so that we want to preserve that historic garden. And if the board seems that it meets the criteria, then I believe then that's something that we need to consider moving forward, because with the ground disturbance that's going to take place, the hardscape that's going to be, the construction that's going to take place there, it's going to impact that adversely. So then if the board approves of this design, then that's something we need to consider.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's just not clear to me how procedurally it enters into the determination that we're required to make, because First, before any of that kicks in, we have to make a determination that it actually will impact the status of the adjoining structure, and I'm not sure we have enough information to reach that.
And Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, I believe that the applicant will be able to give you more information.
Okay, so just moving along quickly, then the third exception criteria was scale in proportion to streetscape, if I understand it, where you're suggesting that the height, the facade length, and the roof form and pitch are not in proportion to the existing streetscape, and therefore exceptions are required. Is that right?
Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, that is correct.
Okay. So that one, if the board were to find that the height, facade length, and roof form and pitch are in proportion to those in the streetscape, then we wouldn't have to go through the exception criteria, right?
Chair Rios, Heather, that may be a question for you. I don't know.
Rios, member Bienvenu, certainly that is the purview of this board.
Okay, so it could be done that way, or it could be done that, yes, it will be out of proportion, and then we consider whether the exception criteria has been met. Right?
Yes, that is correct. And I would like to remind the board that this evening, the text amendment has been approved and is in effect. So all exceptions would be that if they are made, be made by the board. And the only reason that would go to governing body is because, is through an appeal. It would not have to go to governing body for approval.
Okay. So the final exception is about the step backs. And that one, again, it seems to me it's not clear that the exception criteria or whether they are or they are not triggered in this case, because if I read the ordinance correctly, the ordinance is permissive, not mandatory, right? It says that the board may require step backs under certain circumstances, but it doesn't mandate them, I don't believe. Isn't that true?
Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, that is correct. However, the board shall also require that the publicly visible facades of the structure be in conformance with subsections 14-5.2E through H. So yes, if it meets the design standards.
Right. Yeah, it seems to me that this is really just taking us right back to the first exception, which is whether it meets the design standards or not, more than it is a separate issue before us. Because there's no, first of all, it's not clear whether the step back requirements apply here, because this is a single story building, and the setback requirements kick in when it's more than 2 stories. But I understand you could argue that, well, it's called a single story building, but it's as tall as at least a 2-story building and maybe a little bit taller. So therefore the same provision should apply, right?
Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, that is correct. Yes, sir.
And okay, but it's still, you do agree though that even there, it would still be something the board could ask for, but is not required to ask for in the way of setbacks. And I'm not talking about the whole separate ordinance section that provides for step backs that the planning commission has to review.
Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, that is correct.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to get clarity on what we're looking at right now before I spend any more time on the details of how I feel about any of those. So thank you for the indulgence, and I forgive you for confusing me with member Guida, which has never happened before.
Oh, Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Guida, member Bienvenu. Thank you for your thoroughness. Any other questions or clarifications at this time? If not, I will ask the applicant or however many people are going to speak, come forward and get sworn in, please.
Okay, so do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And when you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
Cody Hartley, 217 Johnson. Thank you, Chair Rios, members of the board. I want to thank the members of the public that are here with us tonight I have members of my board, including the chair of my board, David Warnock. We are honored to be able to present to you tonight our design and continue the conversation that has started several years ago. After 27 years of being an integral part of this community, we are honored to be on the verge of building a new museum to further our mission to celebrate the art, life, and independent spirit of Georgia O'Keeffe. Our brief to our design team, going back to Gluckman Tang, who worked on the schematic design, and continuing to DNCA, was to design a building that was 100% compliant with the Historic Design Code, designed with deep respect for our location, both our immediate neighborhood, the larger city and region, and our exact site at 123 and 135 Grant. Our objective has been to build or to create an iconic building worthy of our namesake artist and worthy of our community, to act with generosity in creating a resource for all, including publicly accessible green space. For the first time, our galleries, visitor amenities, collections, care and storage spaces, educational and programming spaces will be united under one roof on one site. The design celebrates and preserves the historic nature of our neighborhood and its landscape, while opening up access between Sheridan and Grant to foster pedestrian circulation and enhance the transit center. This is a project inspired by place, by the past, and by our aspirations for a bright future for all our communities. I'm honored now to introduce members of our design team, and I want to start by introducing Jennifer Jenkins and Colleen Gavin of Jenkins Gavin, Devendra contractor Deirdre Harris and Rebecca Wood of DNCA. Obviously, we're joined by a number of folks online, and I believe that includes folks from our landscape design firm, Reed Hilberbrand, Meg Griscombe, and Becca Sturgis. With that, I will turn it over to Jennifer Jenkins to lead our presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. Just going to get the technology situated here. Are you taking mine? Yeah, that one's mine. Jennifer Jenkins, 130 Grant Avenue, Suite 101. That's okay. Hey, if I could have the screen, please. Thank you. Good evening, Chair Rios, board members. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin. It is really such an honor to be here this evening. It's been quite a journey. And so we are so pleased to finally be able to come before you and request for final design approval for the new proposed Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. I'm just going to start out with a little background because I think where we started and what we've done and how we've arrived here today is important for the conversation. And then I'm going to hand it over to Devendra, and then he is going to share the design with you that you have seen, but we're going to share it one more time. So we developed a little bit of a timeline. So this process actually started back in 2019. And that was when the original design team for schematic design, Gluckman Tang Architects, and the museum started outreach with the city to discuss design concept, to discuss process. And so the summer of 2019 was that initial outreach to historic preservation staff. And then, as I think everybody knows, that the museum was granted a challenge grant by the National Endowment for the Humanities, which does trigger a Section 106 review process for subterranean cultural resources, archaeological resources, as well as above ground historic resources. And so that Section 106 review process was triggered in August of 2020. We came before the board in summer of 21 to request status review for the old Safeway building at 123 Grant Avenue, which I'm sure some of you recall. And at that time, that building was designated as non-contributing. And immediately after that, the first preliminary design review that Board Member Guida referenced occurred in August of 21. And at that time, the design was very positively received, and there was some good dialogue and good input and feedback from the board that was very much taken to heart. The next month, it was a busy time, 2021. The next month, we came back and this board approved demolition of the existing old Safeway building, which is the administrative offices for the museum right now. And as was kind of mentioned previously by Ms. Lamboy, in November of 21, we went before the Planning Commission and the development plan. So the entitlement process here, there's the historic process, but there's also kind of the zoning and the Planning Commission process. So we went before the Planning Commission in November of 21, and the development plan was approved. As part of that development plan approval, we received a variance for parking requirements, whereby we have 2 off-site parking lots that are proximate to the museum. That was approved the same night. So a question was raised about parking. So there is not on-site parking. But right down the street at the Marcy Street Garage, very close, we have adequate, really ample parking, as well as a few blocks the other direction on Chappelle Street. So really good, and a vast majority of visitors to the museum walk to the museum. They do not drive for what it's worth. And then at that point, there was a pause and a pivot, and the design evolved. The design team evolved as well, and DNCA, Devinda Contractor, and his team were engaged with the museum to move forward from the schematic phase into the design development phase. And as a result of that, as I mentioned, the design did evolve, and we think it evolved in the right direction. And so that was a lot of time that we spent, behind the scenes. It was really quiet with staff of the city at that point as we worked through the design. And then in August of last year, in advance of submitting the formal design review application to the city, we did meet with staff and do a page turn, discuss the design, and there was a dialogue there. And then a week later, we submitted the application that is before you this evening. We submitted that application on August 14th. And so we went through and had meetings with city staff on August 29th. And then in a parallel path while this is going on, we also have the Section 106 happening. So as was mentioned, a determination of adverse effect for the archaeological cultural resources was issued, and which we anticipated, because obviously we'll be going through a very extensive archaeological treatment and data recovery process later this year. And so that was running in parallel with the city review process. And then last fall, we had to come forward for a new status review for the picket fence associated with the Bergère House and the east-west site wall that separates 123 from 135. Those elements were designated as contributing. And then we came back to the board to request demolition of the east-west wall and then a slight modification to the picket fence to improve accessibility. This was pretty recent, I'm sure everybody recalls. And so those requests were approved. And then we came back towards the end of September to do a follow-up preliminary design review with the board to show the modified design. And that is the design we are going to be essentially showing you this evening. And then during the month of October, we had a couple of more follow-ups and meetings with city staff. On October 16th, the first exception that is before you this evening was requested by staff. So we modified the application, submitted that on October 27th. And then after additional, feedback, and like I said, a lot of back and forth, on November 9th, we resubmitted the application with some revisions to our exception responses, as well as some other elements of the application. And then this fall, we did distribute the draft memorandum of agreement with respect to the Section 106 process to all the consulting parties, of which the city is one. So that is in process as well. And one thing with respect to that that is critical is so John Murphy is our historian working with us on the Section 106 process. In order for him to do his above ground historic resource assessment pursuant to Section 106, the decision of this board has to occur first. And so timing is of course of the essence. And so that is kind of the next piece. So John can complete his assessment of the above ground resources in order to wrap up the memorandum of agreement this spring. And so so on November 22nd, we received a quite thorough review of the application from staff. At that time, the second exception, we were asked to submit criteria for the second exception that is before you this evening, which we promptly turned that around and resubmitted that. And that was on December 18th. And then right before Christmas, the agenda for this meeting was posted, and which included the exceptions number 3 and 4 in that case caption, followed up with staff about those exceptions, and then just last week submitted a revised application to include responses for the exceptions 3 and 4. And then we are before you this evening for the hearing. And as I mentioned, immediately following this, Mr. Murphy will have an opportunity to wrap up his assessment for Section 106. So I know that was a lot, and I also did want to mention that as part of this process, because the design was modified in November, I think it was November 14th, we submitted a development plan amendment application to the current planning division that is currently under review right now. In discussion with staff, that is being administratively reviewed. It's really more a function of the site plan, and the modifications from a site planning standpoint were modest enough that staff determined that the development plan amendment could be administratively reviewed and processed. And that is occurring right now. So that is in process right now as of the middle of November. Great. So with that, I'm going to ask Devendra to come up and get into the good stuff.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. Bedrock Contractor, 924 Shoofly Street, Santa Fe. One could construe this presentation to be about many things. In essence, this is a conversation with the community about the nature of memory, presence, and place. It is a tremendous honor and responsibility for our team to work on this project for the George O'Keeffe Museum, situated a few blocks from where we are right now in the historic heart of Santa Fe. It is a responsibility that we don't take lightly. The design has evolved through a careful and thorough analysis of the physical and cultural context, and we feel it is in full compliance with the letter of the city's preservation standards, as well as being sensitive to federal and international standards. This is the building that we feel will fit into the historic fabric of Santa Fe with tectonic authenticity while avoiding the trap of stylistic homogeneity. We'd like to thank the George O'Keeffe Museum, Cody, and David, and any other members of the board that have joined us, and Jennifer. For the trust that you have placed in us. We'd like to thank you, members of the board, for your patience in allowing us to present this case to you. We'd like to thank members of the community who have taken the time to be here to participate in this conversation. And we'd like to make a special shout out to my brothers and sisters in the Earth Builders Guild. These next few slides will describe the inspiration and language behind the design. We wanted the building to speak to place, the geomorphic processes of form within the landscape, erosion, the imprint of time, and the poetics of earth becoming building and building gradually returning gracefully to the earth. Downtown Santa Fe. All artists teach us how to look. I'm happy Jerry is here with us today. And this design evolved through the thoughtful act of looking at mass, form, and texture and how they contribute to the to the sense of place. We studied the relationship of sky to mass and form, and considered how this new museum this vessel for George O'Keeffe's work will contribute to the sense of place within the city of Santa Fe. This led us and the O'Keeffe museum leadership to develop a series of simple design objectives. First priority was to harmonize with the unique massing and character of the historic downtown Santa Fe, to celebrate the adobe forms, textures, and craftsmanship that define Santa Fe and New Mexico, strengthen the connections between the O'Keeffe Museum and Santa Fe by creating a public garden that is open to all, and improve the pedestrian experience along Sheridan Avenue to create a positive connection between the Santa Fe Convention Center and the plaza. The exterior structure of this building will be built primarily using adobe mud bricks. Miss O'Keeffe would have settled for nothing less. This building is a reflection of our love for the vernacular adobe architecture and for the culture and landscape of New Mexico, and for Santa Fe, that is our home. This building is about authenticity and the relationship of material tectonics to style. We want the hand of the craftswoman or craftsman to be legible and present. For this building, we're studying new developments in mud and lime plasters that have been engineered to breathe while protecting the earthen substrata. You've seen some of these slides before, and I beg your patience as we go through them again. This slide shows the context of the project and the elements of formal language reflected in the design for the new George O'Keeffe Museum. These are a few of the buildings that we studied and drew inspiration from. We're not trying to copy them, but we're really inspired by them, and we want a building that fits in, that still meets the iconic criteria that the board and the museum asked us to do. We looked at the articulation, the sensuality of mass and aperture in O'Keeffe's art and the historic buildings adjacent to the site. I'm not going over all the different sections that we're referencing when we do this, but they're there in the report that all of you have. Windows, battered walled and sculpted masonry buttresses. Entry, color, detail. Our intent was not to imitate or mimic, but to draw inspiration from these forms. Bullnose plaster details, parapets, and how mass touches the sky. When you look at these details, I remember being a plasterer in the city. I love to do those kind of details. We'll now share a few images of the proposed new George O'Keeffe Museum. Please understand that these are computer-generated images that show massing, but do not depict the organic quality of real adobe, plastered with a cementitious or a lime plaster. This is the southwest view along Grant. The corner of the building, the gift store, is pulled back just over 40 feet from the inside face of the existing sidewalk. This allows us to widen the sidewalk along Grant and create a small entry plaza for visitors and the public. Just beyond the mass of the gift store is an entry to the building that will also serve as the primary entry to the gift store and the education wing. Since the last time we shared this design with you, the entry has grown in width and the window to the gift store has been reduced. A view from Grant Avenue looking into the public garden. This provides an entry to the existing research center and the new building. It is a place to gather and meet, a place designed to provide supporting respite to summer events like Indian and Spanish markets. Please note that the widening of the sidewalk around the historic double cottonwood, it's in veneration of this extraordinary tree in an effort to free up the roots currently struggling below the sidewalk and asphalt. This is a view from the northwest corner. The garden entry is visible, and all of the significant trees in the garden are preserved. The section where the cistern is going is currently a parking lot, and it's not reducing the amount of landscaped area. This is a view along Sheridan Avenue. Please note the widened sidewalk and how the building is pulled back almost 20 feet from the existing edge of sidewalk. The intent is to make Sheridan a gracious urban connector from the Civic Center parking lot to the plaza. The modulated volumes between the sculpted adobe masses are light wells to courtyards that provide natural and fresh air, natural light and fresh air to the curatorials and staff areas in the basement. This is a view along Sheridan Avenue from the southeast corner, looking down the alleyway. The gate is to a secure loading area at the corner, and it is exactly opposite the gate to the New Mexico Museum of Art's loading area. The taller volume is a penthouse enclosure to screen mechanical equipment. This is our material palette. You've seen this slide before as well. They've been selected to be in harmony with the adjacent buildings and are from a palette permitted by the city of Santa Fe. You've seen these elevations before, but I want to point out that the primary building is primarily 24 feet tall with stepped masses to concealed rooftop equipment. The area closest to Grant Avenue steps down to 22 feet 8 inches and 18'4" from adjacent grade. Primary entries are on the west side off of Grant Avenue and the north side, the community garden. This slide describes our approach to design and massing and chapter 14 requirements. You want to say anything on this one? We can come back to it, okay. We've really tried to be very thoughtful in the design of this project and want to share that with all of you. This is the south and east elevations. The building is designed not to have backside. All sides are considered to be public and are important to the design. We'll now walk you through our analysis and design response to context and place within the urban fabric of downtown Santa Fe. This is a map from 1877. It should be noted that we do not have accurate maps that describe the earlier Pueblo settlements in the vicinity of the plaza or the later Spanish occupation. This is an aerial photograph of the site showing the new building and the relationship of the garden. I want to point out that the landscape area that we have, the open space, is almost an acre of open space, I think over an acre of just about an acre. Okay. It's a significant garden, and you can just look at the proportion to the plaza and other open spaces within the fabric of the city. Please note the pattern of green spaces and the size of the new O'Keefe Community Garden and its relationship to the plaza. Also, please note the gestalt pattern of solid to void and built form to public open space. The mass of this building is consistent with the mass of other projects, other buildings within the downtown area. This is analysis on the significant and contributing buildings in the immediate vicinity of the site. We'll now share some of our images of the streetscape analysis showing adjacent buildings, background buildings, and the existing and proposed massing. Please note the stepped massing of the proposed building and its relationship to other buildings. This is a single-story adobe structure. Please note the relative heights of the St. Francis Auditorium in the background to the left. Also worthy of noting is the relative height of the existing Safeway building on the upper slide, in the upper image, I should say. This is the west side of Grant. Please note the relative heights of the proposed new building. This building will not overpower or diminish the streetscape on either side of the street. The streetscape along Sheridan, the new proposed design, and the old Safeway building. The east side of Sheridan, more clearly showing the heights of the new building relative to the St. Francis Auditorium and the New Mexico Museum of Art. A diagram of the relative heights to the proposed, a diagram of the relative heights to the existing research building, the Otero Bergere House. Please note how the parapets are designed to conceal the mechanical rooftop units. That's why we have tall parapets in some parts of the building. Building scale, looking down Grant Avenue. We'd like to share our notions of public space and share with you a detail of the community garden. The section where let me see if I can bring a mouse up right here. The cistern is going into this area right here. Currently, that entire area is a parking lot. All the historic trees are being preserved on the site. This diagram shows how the landscape is spilling out onto both Grant Avenue and Sheridan. It's our intent that this building, the design of the landscape, enhance the urban experience of the downtown Santa Fe area. Something else to point out is while we're preserving the significant trees in the garden, we are trying to implement current best practice in terms of landscape design, water harvesting, use of drought-tolerant plants. If there's hardscape there, there will be ice melt systems. You see entries off of both, to the garden off of both Grant Avenue and Sheridan Avenue. A plan of the main ground floor of the building. A basement level not shown houses collection, storage, curatorial staff, and support spaces. The building is designed so that the education wing and the museum store can stay open autonomously from the museum galleries. The secure loading yard also conceals electrical switchgear and the transformer. That's down on this side. A few before and after images. The current tight and somewhat daunting condition along Sheridan Avenue. And the proposed solution separating the bus transit center from the pedestrian area and the entry to the garden. We are widening the alleyway by 11 feet and then adding an additional 6-foot sidewalk to this widened way. This is existing condition along Grant Avenue and the alleyway that's on the south side of the property. That's an image of what we're proposing with the plaza that's off of the education and a gift store. This is looking down into the garden space. You see an existing parking lot where in front of the Safeway building, the double cottonwood. And that's what we're proposing with the double cottonwood with the sidewalks that step back and a big public garden space for the public. I want to share a small model that we've made of the building with all of you, showing this is a fairly low building. And you'll be able to see the step back forms that are part of this design. Yes, we're open to questions.
Thank you for your presentation. And how do you characterize the architectural style of this proposed building?
I want to say that the notion of style in architecture is complicated. And we want to design a building that is of the place, that is authentic to the materials. The notion of whether it's Santa Fe style, recent. We want to do a building that's of our time, that meets what we consider the needs of place, site, and context.
And would you say you were inspired by the church at Rancho House to a degree?
Among many others, you know, the real inspiration comes from the tectonics of building an adobe itself. And so as we're developing this design, I looked at it more as an adobe layer. I had an adobe laying business here in the 70s and 80s, adobe and stone. And so I reached down to those roots as we were developing this design.
And the color of the building, can you be specific?
We have, there's on the material board there, we do have a color sample. And, you know, it's a El Rey, a color chip. We're working with the exact mix is something we're working on because we want the adobe to breathe. One of the reasons we are not articulating false vigas on the facade is every time you do that, anyone who's built or maintained an adobe house knows that's just trouble. This is a museum, we have humidity on the inside. It's a complicated skin that we've developed for this building.
And the main entry to this building is going to be on the north side? Is
No,
that correct?
There's two entries on the north side and as well as on the west side. You see the entry on the north side is a community entry because it's off the community garden. It's a place where visitors can linger, hang out in while they're going in and out of the building.
Oh, and also, is there a gate that is a gate this evening that is part of this project?
We have a small gate. It'll be during visiting hours, it'll be open. It's, let's see if I can go back and you can kind of see it in this slide right there. It's, you can kind of see it in the open position right there. We have a pedestrian gate that needs to meet ADA requirements for egress. And then there's a larger gate that will be concealed in the open position.
Yeah, I'm talking about the larger gate. What is the material of that gate?
It will be a metal gate. And it'll be similar in nature to the gate that's just down the street at the existing O'Keefe.
And what is presently the O'Keefe Museum now is all going to be transferred to this building. Is that correct?
Maybe I don't understand your question. If you could repeat.
The present museum gallery
Yes.
on Johnson Street.
Yes, the gallery component will be transferred.
Everything's
Collection
going to be
storage
transferred.
and support spaces will be.
And can you describe that middle gate in terms of its height and design a little bit more closely?
How high is that, the gate? It's like, I think it's about 42 inches high. And I think it's like 8 feet tall, 8 feet wide.
And would you say the color that you're proposing has a lot of gray hue as opposed to more brown?
That's such a subjective question, Madam Chair.
It really isn't. It's a very direct question.
I'd consider it to be brown.
Brown?
Yeah.
Okay. Members of the board, other comments or questions? Member Guida.
Devendra, thank you for another compelling presentation on the design. It's great to see these updates. I really appreciate the sensitivity to the urban fabric in creating, which is embedded in the main gesture of the project, which is to create a through block landscape that not only addresses the historic garden of the Bergère House, but provides the city with a public open space that is generous, that is in scale with the museum, the new museum building that complements the Bergère House, that transforms particularly the Sheridan Street street front. I think you showed an elevation of the new building on Grant Street versus the old Safeway. We'll come back to that about scale, but I just think in terms of the facades that we will see, and again, a museum needs wall space. It's going to have a lot of, uninterrupted facades, but the kind of articulation, the transformation from what we have now, which is really a back alley, not only changes that streetscape for the better, and anticipates a new pedestrian life along that street, but also coordinates with the city's improvements in the bus shelters that this board has reviewed and approved before. So I greatly appreciate that as well. And I appreciate too your emphasis on the difference between the computer renderings, which tend to look very slick because of the software, and then the qualities that we should expect out of the building, given that it will be made out of Adobe, that'll be much more lumpy, and that hand effect will complement the sculptural volumes that are proposed. So I wanted to highlight that. Just in terms of some of the facts around designing a building that meets the historic district standards, I just wanted to maybe get clarification from you on a couple of things. The covering over the entry, is that a cantilever or is that a supported roof?
It's a supported roof. There's a beam, a large beam, lintel, if you would want to call it in that context, that carries the weight of the roof right there. It's supported on 3 sides. It's not a cantilever.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then I drove past the site tonight. I spent time around there. I'm looking at the streetscape. I can count numerous buildings in the Grant streetscape. First Pres, the courthouse, and you've shown that. Even the convention center, all of which have tapered parapets, right? So I'm asking, that's something also that you're, if not copying, emulating, and are aware of in the streetscape.
Very much so.
Okay, and in my view, not contrary to the code. And then I guess just in terms of the massing, I think there were some comments in the staff report about the mass being different from the streetscape. But I guess your elevations, to me, disprove that point. There is great similarity between what you're proposing as the Grant Street elevation. Admittedly, it's taller than the Safeway building and will be closer to Grant Street. But as far as relationship to context, the north side of the proposed building in terms of mass is subordinate to the mass of the Bergère House and gradually steps up, again, within the allowable height limits, to the taller buildings that are along the street to the south. So in terms of being contextual, I think the elevation kind of proves the point of that. And then if I may just kind of return to style one more time, I think the notion of style is, as you put it, a kind of very fuzzy thing to describe. We've had this discussion as a board. Recent Santa Fe style has elements described in the code, but it's not really clear the exact interpretation of recent Santa Fe style. We could interpret it as it may have been written, which is that recent Santa Fe style is everything since 1912. When the ordinance was written, that was stuff that was less than 50 years old. It would be like stuff from the late 80s right now. And I like to see the code that way, that recent Santa Fe style, because it's distinguished in the code language as different materials, as slightly bigger, from old Santa Fe style, which is specifically stucco, which is specifically vernacular buildings, Adobe buildings, and stuff like that, are great. I think I think that was the intent of that distinction between old and recent that we have in the downtown and east side historic district standards. And that squares with the development that we saw in the 20th century in downtown Santa Fe, of that recent Santa Fe style to kind of evolve over time. I really see the project that you're proposing as a kind of evolution of that recent Santa Fe style as well. It's been characterized as being from another city or another place. Yes, the St. Francis Chapel in Rancho de Taos has some of these same elements: battered walls, buttressing. It's a tall adobe building, but there's a building right across the street in First Pres that has the same elements to it. There's the San Miguel Chapel, which has the same elements to it, and probably perhaps more authentically so, because it is mud plaster and adobe and all of that, and from that same period of time. So I wanted to highlight that, that language exists within the downtown and east side historic district, in addition to the slope parapets, in addition to the massings that we see, in addition to there being absent a requirement for all walls to be punctuated by windows. So I thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for saying all that. In terms of the nature of facade, I think facade is defined not just by windows or doors or the pattern of windows or doors. It's also defined by the nature of shadow, sculptural form, step backs, relief, and how a building touches the sky.
Things I suppose Miss O'Keefe was an admirer of.
A lot of us are.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Guida. Other comments at this time? Board members? No comments. The beam that we were talking about, is that a wooden beam?
No, that would be a precast concrete beam.
A what?
A precast concrete beam. And we would, let me see, I think I actually have an image I can share of that with you. Okay. Right here. Right there, you can, that's a better view of it. The intent is that it would be a precast concrete beam where we would have bar relief of an image that is reminiscent of Miss O'Keefe's work. We want it to be an iconic entry piece. The use of precast concrete in this, for this type of application is prevalent in Jagam Meem's work, is part of the time that O'Keefe lived. It's not something unusual.
Thank you. Board members, yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions and comments. So we've already given a lot of feedback to this proposal, and as you know, and as Member Guida pointed out, we were quite favorably inclined to it, and we saw it the first time and the second time. We didn't hear the objections at that time from staff about whether it did or did not fit into Santa Fe style, or what they thought would be appropriate changes to make in order to achieve that. And I can only imagine that you had a lot of discussions with staff on that point, because it's always better to come to us without a request for exceptions. And if I understand staff's report correctly, there are quite a few objections, but by and large, I think they're fairly easily resolved, in the sense that the size, the massing, the volumes, the height, all of those seem quite consistent with the neighborhood. The one area that I think their point is well taken, and perhaps I disagree somewhat with Member Guida on this, is that I do agree that this doesn't quite fit old or recent Santa Fe style. It's quite close, and it does fit most of the spirit of it. But I can see, and I think it was deliberate on your part, that you want to break out from that somewhat while still respecting it. And I have to say, as a general matter, I think you're in your better position to do so in a case like this, when you're making an important public building. And I do think that the criteria that we should be applying are different in that case than if this was a residential structure on Acequia Madre, for example. It just seems to me a given that public buildings they fit into to cities and streetscapes differently than apartment buildings or commercial buildings or condos or private residences. And I would be looking at this case very differently if it were any one of those categories of structure. But it's a museum, you know, so it's like looking at a church or a civic building. I think that we naturally should be interpreting the provisions of the code from that perspective. And I do believe that the ordinance prohibits what is sometimes done with public buildings and even historic areas, which is to have an oppositional structure put in place, an iconic building that has nothing to do with its historic surroundings and deliberately so for the very purpose of being opposed to them, to stand out as an iconic building. And I would say that is prohibited by our code, the way it's designed. I don't think this fits that category, though. I think you're quite sensitive to the spirit of the historical context. It's all that said, I will say that I think that just there are some minor things that to me do take it out of the purity of the Santa Fe style, even though I agree there's some subjectivity in that. And the ones that I think are, you know, that staff has highlighted are, there is, to some extent, it does speak a little bit more, to some extent, it speaks in addition to Santa Fe style of Northern New Mexico style. Not specific structures like pitched roofs, classic Northern New Mexico style in that respect, but some things that are not exactly what the ordinance designers or the preservationists of the early part of the century were intending to preserve and perpetuate. And that's not to denigrate those other styles, but some people are confused by that and think, well, it's Spanish colonial, that fits in great in Santa Fe, but our code very specifically prohibits that. Or it's Northern New Mexico pitched roof, that's classic New Mexico, but our code specifically prohibits that. So I think there's just to a small degree, I think we're venturing into that territory. And if I see what staff is doing, I think that what they were probably proposing to you is, can you reduce to some extent the starkness of the massing? Maybe with what they're calling articulation of the details. They refer to things like wooden bigas and columns and that type of thing. I can understand, especially about the wooden bigas would be extremely inappropriate in this building. And perhaps you think all wooden detailing like that would be inappropriate, but I would assume you must have considered and rejected the possibility of adding some additional step backs or variation in the massing, as well as some additional penetrations, whether they were you know, actual windows and doors or just insets into the walls, anything that would create more architectural interest. Can you address that?
You know, to go back to, you know, what is the style of this building? I think this building is really trying to respond to an authenticity around Adobe construction. This will be a revival of a tradition within our community. It is starting to disappear. And this building, can you imagine the day when all those Adobes are laid up and you're standing at the back at Sheridan? It's going to be a phenomenal, it's going to be absolutely incredible to look at. It's going to inspire. There's within globally, Santa Fe has always been looked at as one of the centers for Adobe construction. We've lost that. Places like Germany, Africa, East Asia, around the world, Adobe construction is venerated, honored. It's the most carbon neutral of all materials. So, and in the design we have, we're not foam insulating the outside. The intent is that the hand of the craftsman will be visible. It will create a lot of texture and detail, as you've talked about. We also see this as an opportunity for artists. I mean, there are incredible artists and women plasterers that work in mud, and I'm not saying women, but it's just that is the case. We've had shows at Site Santa Fe Athena Swensel, different people that sculpt Adobe. And we'd like to create this to be an opportunity for that kind of articulation. It may not happen immediately, but it can happen at any point in the design of the project. As architects, we want to provide a palette, not necessarily that type specific solution.
Okay. So are you saying that you decided to not add any further architectural detailing because you thought it would take away from the authenticity of the Adobe, it's not really construction, but the Adobe use of Adobe materials?
You know, it's the notion of authenticity starts from the inside out. And so the outer skin of the form of the building reflects the inner use of the galleries. The reason we don't have windows there is we don't want the windows there for the art. I mean, these are some extraordinarily sensitive pieces of art that need to be on display in the building. So we were really being very careful about the nature of natural light that we're bringing in. There's also another notion about honesty of tectonic expression. So if we need a window, we celebrate it. In the education wing, the gift store, we have lots of natural light in there. We want there to be fresh air, natural light for children. But when it comes to some of the other sides, we don't need those articulations, but we are trying to articulate form through bringing light down into the basement level, creating light wells that'll really emphasize shadow modulation of form and mass, really break down the mass when you stand outside of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Member Beecher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just offer my comments. I really enjoy the presentation from you in particular as an architect, and your reference to the inspiration you took from the artist and the surrounding neighborhood and New Mexico in general. So thank you so much for sharing that. I liked what you said about being inspired by a place, and something else you said about trying to avoid a stylistic homogeneity. I think you have created something on a street that is not particularly uniform, but has some stunning examples of contributing in significant buildings in this town. And you've taken elements from those to create something that I think will sort of highlight those even more than they already are. You were adding to the streetscape in a way that enhances it rather than requires an exception, in my view. But assuming we are going with the exception criteria, and your team did a great job of responding to the criteria, and it's very helpful. So thank you for that too. I think in terms of an exception to style, this is exactly the kind of case that we should allow for an exception in if that's required. It's reflective of the function of the museum, the artist itself. It's sensitive to its placement in the streetscape and with respect to the adjacent buildings. With respect to articulation of the architecture, I think, in my view, you've achieved that with the tapered sloped walls. The light wells, I think, are a type of articulation. I appreciated what you said about how you in your studies considered how mass touches the sky. There's nothing on the roof that you can see. And I don't know how many times this board has asked, like, can you see rooftop appurtenances? Like, this could be an inspiration for other projects, like hiding that stuff so it looks very, very clean on all sides. You said there's no backside to the building. That's a very hard thing to achieve. The garage, there's I think a small garage on Sheraton, which is in the smallest portion of the building. It's minimized that way. And I think in a town where garages are few and far between, or they were, that's appreciated as well. With respect to the exception, staff views is needed for impact to the adjacent Otero Bergère house. I said this before, I think what you're doing here in offering a view to the Bergero that's been unavailable to the public before along this, the alley, is acknowledging that that building is a contributing building, a significant building. And, you know, I think you're also referencing the property line, the forward property line there with a small wall or some hardscape and the detail of the landscaping, which, you know, is very sensitive as well. And with respect to the other two exceptions for mass and step backs, I think those are not needed. I think the mass, just by pure dimensional evaluation, meets all criteria. And the step backs, I think apply only on a second floor. This is a one-story building. I don't think that either of those apply, but in any case, we can wrap those up into the first exception, in my view, for the board's reference. So I think it's a beautiful project. I think, and I think a lot of the community here is to support it, and that's to be commended as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Other members wish to say anything further? It appears not. I am wanting to hear from the public. I did want to ask you, is the largest percentage of this building going to be occupied with the gallery space?
Yes.
Yes.
Gallery and collection storage.
How many people in this room want to say a few words in terms of this project? Would you raise your hand? Okay, okay, if you are with a group that is going to express similar viewpoints, maybe among you, you can ask one person to express those viewpoints, and the rest of you, somebody else could, I'm not going to keep you from coming to the podium, but and you can indicate that, yes, I support this project, or I don't like this project, or whatever your viewpoint is. So if you are going to speak, I'm going to ask you to form a line over here. You can all be sworn in mass.
Rios?
Yes.
There's been a request for a quick bio break. Is there a way we can have a 5-minute pause?
A 5-minute pause?
Yeah.
Who wants a
5-minute
5-minute pause?
or recess.
I'm not really for a 5-minute pause. How does everybody else feel? What? Oh, Melissa wants a 5-minute pause. Oh, if it's Melissa, we'll have a 5-minute pause or 3-minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. And Melissa, if you will swear in all the speakers, excuse me,
Yes.
that would be good.
Okay, so whoever's going to speak, I'm going to swear you in mass. So please raise your right hand. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Yes, I will. Excuse me, I don't need. Folks, my name is Jerry West. And I have lived in this town since I was. Address?
6 Loma Oriente.
Won't talk much about myself, but I have been here since I was 2 years old, living in an old adobe house on Canyon Road, 524 Canyon Road. That's how I met Mr. Rios. Not that late, but a second time in 1940. I'm very pleased to see a architect and a team that has really done a serious adobe without anything. I am wondering about the bond beam situation. I don't know what the ceiling is going to look like, but I think it's a real thrill to see a public building that is totally adobe, and there's nothing much finer than an adobe wall and I don't know the thickness of those walls, but I'm sure it'll be more than a 12-inch wall. Okay, so that's my thinking, and I there's lots of details I don't know about this building, but I'm very encouraged to see that we're moving in that direction of a really authentic adobe structure.
Jerry, thank you for your comments, and I'm glad to see you here this evening.
Thank you.
I'm Maridel Rubenstein. I live at 2 Loma Oriente next door to Jerry, and I was proudly married to him for many decades. And I live in one of his adobes, and I've seen the beautiful, huge adobes, beautiful houses that he's handcrafted all over Santa Fe. So I'm so glad that he spoke to you. And I'm here as a former O'Keeffe scholar, that when I came to New Mexico, I came to UNM, and my dissertation was on the mutual influence of O'Keeffe and her husband, Alfred Stieglitz. And so I knew her. And I just want to say that what she would recognize in Devindra's vision in the design is exactly what she did with her paintings. And it's what she learned from New Mexico style. And it's that distillation, that paring down to the distinct elements that make our place what it is and who we are. And I think that this expansion of the note, or this exception you're going to make to the idea of Santa Fe style, will enrich it. And the buildings that you'll see after this in adobe, and everybody's little houses, you know, whatever they are, the shops, whatever, will really, really expand what we've always been about. So thank you.
Jamie Clements, 912 Hillcrest Drive. Madam Chair, members of the board, I am President and CEO of the Museum of New Mexico Foundation. I had the great pleasure of working with architects, Devendra Contractor, and Deirdre Harris of DNCA on the Vladam Contemporary. Together with architect Graham Hogan of Studio GP, they designed a museum building for the rail yard that is a perfect fit for place and purpose. They have done so again for the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum's new building on Grant Avenue. This design is absolutely luscious in its simplicity, so refined and elegant. It beautifully reflects Georgia O'Keeffe's sensibilities and not only reinforces the historic characteristics of downtown Santa Fe, but strengthens them with the use of true adobe. This design is a perfect fit for place and purpose. It needs no embellishment. I am thrilled for my friends and colleagues at the O'Keeffe Museum, and I applaud their efforts. It is hard work to raise the funds and then design and construct a new museum building. I imagine doubly hard in the downtown historic district. Our city and our community will greatly benefit from this new museum building, as will visitors to Santa Fe. Thank you, O'Keefe Museum and DNCA. What a wonderful gift you have given to us all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Joe Simmons. I live at 216 Barella Street. Is that all you need?
Yes.
I'm here tonight to support the proposed design. I'm an architect with 40 years' experience in designing buildings in historic districts, and I have working knowledge of the Santa Fe historic codes. I regard the proposed design as meeting the spirit, intent, and letter of section 14-2.1 of the Land Use Code. I've read carefully through the application and the staff comments, and I believe staff has taken a checkbox approach in their evaluation of the proposed design, and they've gone so far down the rabbit hole of details that they've lost sight of what an appropriate review for a building that exalts and embodies the works of perhaps New Mexico's most famous person. Many staff comments are expressions of opinion without demonstrating how the design is non-compliant. Sprinkling this design with a bunch of architectural gewgaws as staff advocates is contradictory to the work of the artist for whom this museum is being built. I'm not here to criticize the land use staff. I believe that they're doing the very best they can with flawed code, which thankfully is being rewritten to better address what Santa Fe style is and what it needs to be in the future. The vendor contractor and is an eminently qualified architect, and his firm has all the depth of experience and artistic talent required for this project. He needs to be afforded the opportunity to craft a singular vision for this building. The overarching design concept for the museum is correct in that it embodies the spirit of Georgia O'Keeffe's work, her life in New Mexico, and her lasting influence upon art. The architect has done a masterful job of synthesizing the often competing and sometimes contradictory demands of program, building site, museum technological needs, and Santa Fe LDC. Please approve this design as submitted.
Thank you,
E.O.
sir.
Georgia O'Keeffe, nothing less.
My name is Sean Evans. My address is 1121 North Luna Circle. I'm an architect, principal of Mass Design Group here in Santa Fe. I'm completely baffled by this situation. I attended the previous hearings on the project, during which it was received very positively, as was mentioned. The updated design is an improvement upon the previous, but retains its essential qualities. This curveball of a city agency changing their minds so profoundly is concerning to the design community, institutions and developers looking to build here, concern for due process, and for the future of Santa Fe. The surprisingly hostile staff report reads as if this design is an outrageous modern intrusion. I think we can all see that it is not. The assertion that this design adversely threatens the status and integrity of its neighbors is illogical and not consistent with contemporary preservation practice, which encourages compatibility and differentiation. DNCA's design is a great example of an architecture that Santa Fe needs. It nods to both the past and our contemporary condition. It utilizes Adobe in ways that help perpetuate our intangible traditions and preserve the handcraft of regional tectonics while providing the space, height, and environmental conditions that this priceless, globally significant collection demands. The proposed building is carefully articulated to be a sensitive neighbor while being strong in its own authenticity and integrity. For Santa Fe to thrive, we must broaden our civic ambition beyond the rack of postcards in the 5 and dime. We should be designing and permitting buildings that stir conversation about tradition and innovation. We perpetuate our cultures not by preserving them in pickle jars, but by providing cultures the freedom to adjust and adapt, and to celebrate the dignity and equity of a beautiful urban collage that lifts up the inspiring diversity of culture and artistic talent that this region has celebrated for over 1,000 years. Please approve of this design. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Glenn Erickson, 444 Galisteo. I am the chapter president of the Santa Fe AIA this year. I want to commend this project. Wow, it is a great project. It's a project we deserve, we need here in Santa Fe. It is authentic. Think of it, an authentic building in a historic district. And that is something to be very proud of. And that's something that Devendra has given us, passage of his application. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Raymond Herrera, 379 Hillside Avenue, New Mexico. I would like to see a show of hands besides Jerry West, who has lived here more than 20 years. Thank you. I used to be a young man at one point when I started coming to the Age Board 40-some years ago. And I've been coming since then. And at my age, I've seen the changes in Santa Fe. And to me, this proposal is totally inappropriate for this location. I don't know where people come to Santa Fe with the intention of changing it to what it's not. Santa Fe is not even Albuquerque or another large city where we made the mistake of allowing the Latham Museum to go in. And I think that putting this monstrosity next to the Bergier House is really a slap in the face to our community. We are losing the true structure of Santa Fe by allowing this kind of construction to be built in the downtown district. We have buildings around the downtown area, the museum. Just because this building is being built with adobe, give me a break. I mean, it should have just said it could have been built with block or just poured concrete. That's what it looks like. It doesn't have any adobe features to it at all. Look at Cristo Rey, look at any other adobe structure in Santa Fe, and you can see the beauty of Santa Fe in those structures. This one doesn't have anything to do with Santa Fe. I respect Berta O'Keefe. I love her work, but no way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Yes, Heather.
Rios, I'm just coordinated with IT to have the timer on the screen, just so to help people understand.
And if you're finishing your thought, and if at my discretion, if I feel that you can keep going, yeah, I'll let you know. Okay.
Marietta Lease, and I live at 401 Old Taos Highway. And I'm very biased. I love this project. I really resonate with it. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And I think it has an authenticity because it resonates New Mexico as I feel New Mexico. It's really just beautiful. And I feel that it's graceful. And I feel that the trees that surround it are going to impact the beauty of it, and that those have been preserved, I think are going to be wonderful. And I have stood like maybe some other people in Miss O'Keefe's living room looking out at her gardens and her apple tree. And I feel the same way about this building. I feel like it would be that authentic and that beautiful. And so I support it, obviously. I think it does represent the culture because I think that the beauty and the artisticness and the vernacular beauty of this state is reflected in this building. So I support it totally. I think it would be a great asset to the community. Thank you.
I am James Rutherford, 403 Canyon Road. Chairman Chairperson Rios and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am enthusiastically supporting this design. I've worked in the art world for 40+ years in this area mostly. And I can't think of two better partners than the O'Keefe Museum and the vendor contractor and his team for this project and for the city to work with. I think that I'm struck by the generous allotment of the space in this design for the park area. And I'm just so excited to see that corridor blown open to Sheridan. I think it's just a genius use of that space. I'm also struck by just how wonderfully Devendra has synthesized so many influences into these forms. I guess we're using the word massing. You've massed some things beautifully together there. And I was also struck by, in the conversation, the city staff mentioned harmonious, used the word harmonious a number of times. I think it's even in maybe one of the statutes that's quoted. It was certainly in Devendra's presentation. And it reminded me that harmonious does not mean repetition of everything else. Thank God on that block. There's some beautiful things, but there's some things that don't need to be repeated along that block as well. And so this is, 100+ years ago, there was a seismic event in Santa Fe with the opening of the Fine Arts Museum on the plaza, and it solidified Santa Fe's position as an art colony, doors that we're still going through today. And this is going to be another seismic event with this event, and I urge you to support this project and move expeditiously with the process. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Chair Rios and esteemed members of the board, I'm Teresa Delgado. My address is 128 Grant Avenue. I am the property manager for Cervantes, Buddy Roybal, and Irene Roybal, who own 128 and 130. The O'Keefe Museum are our neighbors, and they have had us very involved in looking at the project, keeping us up to date, and you couldn't have two better folks as Jennifer and Colleen, who are always cognizant of Santa Fe and Santa Fe style. I just want to echo what Member Guido said, that just revitalizing that one area on Sheridan Street is 100% plus improvement from the way it is right now. And also Chair Bescheid, how she stated that the comments about enhancing downtown, and this will revitalize downtown. There are not many park places where people can gather. The federal court, sometimes, the Cathedral Park, and this will be a place for people in Santa Fe to gather. So I thank you all for your time. I know you have given this great consideration. Thank you to staff, and I appreciate your major concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name's Catherine Rivera. I'm a resident of District 1, born and raised in Santa Fe, and these are my stomping grounds. P.O. Box 363 in Santa Fe. I will spare you my likes and dislikes on this project, but two thoughts did come to mind when I was hearing the presentation today. A few years ago, Annie Leibovitz, a famous photographer, came into our area, and her sole goal was to take the essence of Georgia O'Keeffe in one photograph. Those of us who know her work, those of us who know the Abiquiu area, kind of thought that that's going to be an impossible task. She brought everybody to a gasp when she unveiled that single photograph at the Lensic. And that photograph was a picture of the box of chalk that Georgia O'Keeffe uses. So in one picture, she was able to get that whole palette for Georgia O'Keeffe. I applaud the design. It is my hope that some of those design elements and those colors get incorporated in the outdoor space and the indoor space. Unfortunately, though, for Santa Fe, we are in a different world, and my concern for this building after it is built is graffiti. We have had several episodes in downtown. We even had a city truck parked on Chappelle Street that was there for several weeks, and it got covered with graffiti in a matter of moments. I don't know that this is in scope for anybody to solve. Certainly I can't solve it, but I do wonder if there's technology out there that can help the outer shell, especially given the fact that we're going to be investing in the technology of Adobe. So I do want everyone to think about, what are we going to do once this building is up? How are we going to preserve it? How are we going to clean it? And Gavins Jenkins, I know where your office is, and I can only imagine the heartbreak you're going to see when you see graffiti sprayed on that building. Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is David Vogel. I live at 401 Old Towns Highway. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your patience and your thoughtful consideration of this project, which I support wholeheartedly. I'm a professional planner and have been in that profession for the last 50 years or longer. I've worked throughout the country in communities and notions of community placemaking, and I have a deep appreciation for what is happening with this project and its influence, positive influence on Santa Fe. I've been living in New Mexico for most of those 50 years. I lived in Santa Fe 50 years ago and recently returned. I think the struggle between modernity and history is something we always are struggling with as we plan our current living situation. But when we see a building or a design that actually considers the organic nature of its place and its influence on the human psyche, if you look at Devendra's design, you get a sense of calmness from it. There's a psychological impact just by looking at it, which will benefit the citizens of this community, regardless of whether or not they actually get the privilege of going into the facility. So this is a thoughtful combination of organic placemaking and a significant contribution to this community. And it honors Miss O'Keeffe's sensibilities at the same time. It couldn't be a more beautiful confluence of values and sensibilities. And the philosophy of this structure is influenced by Devendra's own experience at St. John's and the higher level systems thinking that he brings back to this community from that educational experience. So this building has a great deal of dignity and it has this respect for place, and I support the design and I hope you approve it. Thank you very much.
Madam Chairwoman and board members, my name is Dana Hartstone. I live at 8 Laurel Place. I've taught design for about 27 years, and one of the concepts that I love the most is the idea of the elegance of simplicity. This design is the epitome of the elegance of simplicity, and it is so because of the way mass is used. It's just an incredible use of mass. Mass tends to humble people, and I think that's a good thing. It also speaks to what we see in the greater Santa Fe community. I mean, there's mass everywhere. If you go out in the country and you see the rock formations, what do you see? You see mass. If you look at the old adobe cathedrals, what do you see? You see mass. And if you walk behind to the side and behind them, you see big, huge buttresses that I think this particular design kind of speaks to. And that is the function of a buttress is to support the building. And when the buttresses are made, it keeps the buildings safe for the communities that inhabit the building. this design has that same feeling. It feels like it's a safe place to go to, so that the community who will love and appreciate and learn from art will be able to go to. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that Georgia O'Keeffe has been kind of the foundation of art education in this country. Practically every kid who has had an art education class for the last probably 20 years has studied Georgia O'Keeffe. She is the cornerstone of art education in this country, and I think she deserves a building that reflects her love of this kind of architecture and speaks to her love of Adobe in the ways that she lived in it, and she plastered her house with Adobe, and she got her hands in it. And I highly encourage you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Hello, Richard Martinez, 925, PO Box 925. I want to say that it's not surprising that the staff has made the recommendation that it has. The aim of Santa Fe Historic Code is to create harmony with the buildings that are nearby. The staff is charged with the literal interpretation of that code. They say things like, the staff has evaluated the applicant's response and has concerns, ... The design does not harmonize, ... In fact, distracts, ... The staff does not find that the criteria has been met. But this board consists of members of the community, because it is the job of this board to not only consider the regulations, but to make judgments on what those regulations mean. What does it mean for a building to create harmony with adjacent historic buildings? What does it mean for a new building to contribute to the cultural welfare of the city, of the people of the city, and to ensure harmonious development of the city? The job of this board is to see beyond the regulations and to gauge the poetic and to consider the welfare of the entire community. This board must see into the future and envision how this building will benefit the city. Think about this: 3 contiguous blocks in downtown Santa Fe that contain these buildings. The Palace of the Governors, built in 1610. The Museum of Fine Arts, built in 1916. The Georgia O'Keeffe Museum, built in 2024. 3 expressions of Adobe architecture that reflect how the material was imagined at those times. Forget that one of those buildings is not Adobe, the Palace of Fine Arts, but we've moved on from that. This is not what white men thought Santa Fe style was, but what is the essence of Santa Fe Adobe style today. We do not fall slavishly into the romantic, but we have an expression of the age. Maybe just like Georgia O'Keeffe, this museum has found that expression of Adobe. As a member of this community, I fully support this museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
I'm Gayla Bechtel. I'd like to speak in favor of this project. I think it's very evocative of our time and the controversies that we face in our world. I think also in Santa Fe, the style question, I think, is an interesting one, that that this building is evocative of us, not a solution, but of a question. And I think that that's an appropriate thing for a museum to have, as a question for us of what does this mean. I hope we'll be able to feel the plaster of the skin of this building. I think it's the skin, yeah. But I do appreciate the design. I appreciate the urban design gestures. I hope that the gates are open 24/7, though I doubt they will be, just because I remember when I lived in Rome that you could sort of hop through neighborhoods through the gates of buildings. And I always enjoyed the
sort of secret knowledge that one gains when you can go from alley to alley. So it's an evocative building and I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
My name is John Eddy. I was sworn in earlier. Thank you. Madam Board Chair, Chairwoman Rios. I first want to applaud Mr. Jimenez for speaking his truth to you tonight. It's not very comfortable to hear that.
You mean Mr. Herrera?
Mr. Herrera, you know, it's on H or J. Mr. Herrera, excuse me. Sorry, Ray. And he speaks from the heart. He always has, and I really appreciate that. I also appreciate all the articulation of the audience. We have a very educated audience here tonight, and we're blessed with that. I have strong feelings about this building that I did not reach until I came to the meeting tonight, because I came to the earlier meetings and I thought they were headed in the right direction, but I'm alarmed at the massing, uninterrupted massing of the building. We can argue that till the cows come home, but this building does not present as a single-story building. It presents as a two-story building. You guys are tasked with reconciling code and romance right now. I would not want to be in your shoes. So I do not think this building is compliant with code. And I do not think that it enhances the streetscape in the way that code expects us to try to enhance the streetscape by being harmonious and sensitive to the other buildings on the streetscape. That section of town looks the way it does because of our code, our preservation code. And it looks like Santa Fe. This is a beautiful building, I agree. But it's easy to look at this building in a vacuum to reach the romantic state that it's being looked at right now. So good luck with your deliberation, and thank you for hearing us all out.
Thank you, John.
Miguel da Silva, 931 Shufla. Madam Chair, Rios, board members. I'm not sure what all the hubbub is about, really. What a difficult set of decisions you have to make. I'll keep it short. As an architect, I'm lucky to have Devendra and Deirdre as colleagues. As an architectural community, we're lucky to have them. As a city, we'll be lucky to have another of their buildings. They're brilliant. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in this room wanting to make your views known? People on Zoom, please remember to raise your hand. And Heather, can you tell us who's on Zoom?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rios. First, Media SFAI would like to speak. You may unmute. Also, please state your name and address for the record, and you will have to be sworn.
Hi, thank you. This is Jamie Blosser, and my address is 1803 Ottaway Road.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to start with my concern about the staff interpretation of recent Santa Fe style standards and the lack of what seemed to be more factual presentation. As an architect who has worked with historic adobe buildings, implying that this project could knock out another building's historic status or significance, I think sets a dangerous precedent. And I do also disagree with their comments about massing and scale. I think that the scale and proportion is very appropriate to the streetscape, especially as the function of the building is a museum. And in particular, the east facade in connection to Sheridan Street is a critical improvement to the street design and pedestrian experience and would contribute hugely to the improvement of downtown Santa Fe. I just want to commend Deirdre and Devendra and Cody and the entire board of the O'Keeffe Museum. This is a very respectful design and contemporary interpretation of Santa Fe style. And as a public building, it really does need to have a very strong presence, a very strong massing as well. And it needs to have this incredible artistic relationship to this iconic artist, Georgia O'Keeffe. I'm enthralled with exactly what Devendra said in his presentation, that this earthen architecture, again, could bring us back and allow us to consider how adobe and earthen construction can morph and grow here in Santa Fe, not just continue with increasingly watered down interpretations of Santa Fe style. And I just want to thank you all for the hard decision tonight, and thank you for approving this important landmark project.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. John Utton, you may speak and unmute. John, you may be muted.
Oh, okay.
There we
Good
go.
evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm very pleased to speak
Sir,
today.
please state your name and address for the record.
This is John Utton. I'm at 675 Alto Street in Santa Fe. Also for the last 10 years.
Thank you, sir. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I also have another address. My office address for the last 10 years, 128 Grant Street, just across the street from the site. In fact, my office window currently looks out onto the roof of the current Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. So I'm actually out of the country, but wanted to participate in this meeting. I would be there in person, but this is very important meeting and a critical project, and I'm fully supportive of it. If it's an interesting debate about the type of building, the scale of the building, the massing, and the essential issue is for what purpose? If the proposal were to build a hotel across the street from my office there where the old Safeway used to be, we would all be saying, yes, there needs to be setbacks. Yes, there needs to be wood elements. But that would dummy down this project. It would dummy down this building. And I do think of the Presbyterian Church, San Miguel Mission. I in particular think of the backside, the north side of the Los Ranchos Church in Taos. It does not have setbacks. It does not have wood elements. There is one little gas line and a gas meter going in the back that I wish weren't there. But can you imagine if we applied the requirements that the staff is proposing to apply to those buildings, and they had to set back and have wood elements? They wouldn't be the sculptures that they are. And this building will be a sculpture. And so I wholeheartedly endorse it. And I don't want to blame the staff. They're just trying to do their job. But I think it's the board's job to have the vision to approve this beautiful structure, this beautiful sculpture, and it will be at the center of the heart of Santa Fe for centuries to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Kristen Fox is next. You may unmute. Kristen, I'm sorry,
Hello?
I may have messed you up. Are you there?
I am here. Are you hearing me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Fox. I have been sworn in already. I'm at 2 East San Marcos Road. Again, I am an architect practicing in the city of Santa Fe, and I would like to speak in favor of the design presented by DNCA. I'd like to point out first that the museum design is respectful of the Otero Berger House. Its forms clearly react to the existing forms of the historic structure. The recessed museum entry on the north side looks to be perfectly aligned in location and width with the indentation found in the south facade of the Otero Bergère house. I feel that the design of the museum and its supporting public space is generous and inviting to the public. It's respectful of the streetscape in its height, its scale, and its massing, and especially in its landscape design. It's much friendlier than the blank flat face of the previous grocery store. The building does make reference to the O'Keefe home and studio in Abiquiu, but I think it's important that the building references it. It expresses its purpose in that it's built to house and display her work. I'm also excited to hear about the possibility of the installation of lime plaster instead of the ubiquitous cementitious stucco. I would love to see this board give preference to truthful, honest architecture over fake vigas. I feel that the design is respectful of the surrounding historic buildings without copying them. It has its own presence and doesn't attempt to fake anything in the name of a prescriptive style, which is a complaint I have about many contemporary buildings in the city. Finally, I just urge the council to recognize this as a thoughtful piece of architecture that will contribute positively to the city and accept this design as presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stephanie Benenato. You may unmute.
Thank you. Stephanie, can you hear me?
Yes, speak louder, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Stephanie Benenato, P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe. I guess if you want to define authentic as using material from the place, then making it an adobe building makes it authentic. I would really wonder how you get a 32-foot high adobe building. And I would love somebody on the board to ask about that. Also, it's not really a public building. It's a privately owned museum. Gates will be closed at night. Not everybody will necessarily be given access to the museum, etc. It seems to me, I really do agree with staff and Mr. Herrera and John Eddy that that there are problems with the unrelieved mass, that there are problems with the hardscape, which is not really gardens to me. And what I see looking from the Grant Street to Sheridan is just a big mass over there. When you're looking from Sheridan, you see mass. There's a very small gate. That's the entry. It's not really welcoming. I also think it overwhelms the Otero Bergère house. And I think that's should be a big concern, although I don't think that it would endanger the status necessarily. And I don't know the board has ever actually found that ever. But I think that it definitely overwhelms that house. I don't think it's harmonious with the streetscape. What I think it does is focuses on mass elements of mass in different buildings downtown, and then just uses those and ignores the relief that the lower part of the, like say the Museum of Fine Arts has with the lower part of the building. And, you know, just putting a buttress on a building doesn't make it Santa Fe style. O'Keefe's house in the town of Abiquiu has an enormous amount of light. So it does have a lot of windows, even though that building does reflect the landscape that she saw. And I know it's a very innovative design, but again, I don't think it really needs to be quite so massive, unrelieved mass. I don't think that it is really harmonious with the streetscape by any stretch of the imagination. And again, I'm particularly concerned about the Bergère house. And also, really, if they're going to have more fencing, let's have it be a picket fence, because, you know, taking away the picket fence on the surface is not doing anything for the cottonwoods roots. And there's supposed to be this clear, really welcoming space. And I don't find any of those facades, except that southeast corner where the gift shop is, to be welcoming at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. With reference, I'm just going to ask question one more time. I saw one hand go up and down several times. So if anybody else would like to speak please do raise your hand. Arios, I think that's all the testimony.
That's it? Okay. Well, we will have to come to a vote. I do want to thank each and every one of you for coming here this evening and expressing your opinions, whether you spoke in favor of the project or you spoke against the project. And I always feel like with these new buildings that come into Santa Fe, if in fact this is given the stamp of approval, that the final analysis is when that building is built. And then we truly see it with our eyes, and you can see the building, touch the building, look at it from all angles. And then at that point, you will say, yes, we made a beautiful decision, or, oh my God, what have we done here? And that, friends and neighbors, that has happened numerous times. I have sat on this board for a number of years, and sometimes you see something on paper that you think is wonderful, and you give it that stamp of approval, and then it comes to fruition, and you feel that you've made a big error, or that you at least wish that things could have been done a bit differently. But here, this board, we are all individual thinkers, just as city staff is. I noticed a lot of people pounced on city staff. That is his analysis of the project. So I, as an individual, have to respect him, just like I respect the people that came before us and gave their presentation before this board. Mr. Dudan is fairly new to this business, but he is, I've noticed in his presentations that he's come a long ways from the first time that he was very nervous to make a presentation to being a lot more thorough in his presentation. And that is his analysis and his belief, just like you all are coming with your analysis and your beliefs. And with that being said, I will entertain a motion, and hopefully we will all be friends after, no matter what. Correct? Member Guida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the interest of getting a motion together here, my take is that several of the exceptions that staff were asking the board to consider tonight from previous board comments may no longer be valid, if any. Certainly, there were 4 put forward, as I understand it. One was district standards and style, and I think John kind of indicated that that was one from which others perhaps were dependent. The other was loss of status, which I don't believe is valid. And then there's one on scale, which is one of those subordinate ones, which I don't think is valid, and setbacks. I think the remaining debate would be whether or not this project requires a style exception. And I'm interested in the board's thoughts on that point.
In reference to the design, board members, do you feel that this requires an exception? Member Benigno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with Member Guida that the second, third, and fourth exceptions are not required in this particular instance. I think the first exception is a closer call. Some of these issues are really just subjective design responses as opposed to something that really violates the direct requirements of the ordinance. Nonetheless, I do think that it could be said that I think that to some level, as I expressed earlier, the project doesn't fit squarely within either old Santa Fe or recent Santa Fe style. I think those, the extent to which that's true is not great. I think it's almost de minimis, but I think it's enough that exception criteria would appropriately be addressed in a motion, and as particularly since staff has determined that exceptions are needed in that area.
Thank you, John.
My own thoughts.
Yeah, just, and I guess, I have two further questions about that. You know, staff's concerns under the district standards were also kind of disproved by testimony. They have to do with sloped and battered parapets, which we know exist in the district. The articulation of mass, which may be in a kind of more gray area as far as what the code says or really doesn't say about that. And then the cantilevers was another component of this.
I don't think is applicable.
And it's not applicable. So, you know, and so I guess where I'm going with this is what's at stake in setting up a criteria for this case, both as a kind of precedent. You know, do we need a style exception or district standards exception? If we do, what's on paper and in the staff report is not the criteria, and nor have they been addressed. You know, the applicant addressed staff's opinions, not anything that was factual in the code. And so if I was making a motion that an exception would be required and that exception criteria would be met, it's a big exercise. And so I'm kind of at a loss at how we would articulate what exception we're asking for.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was, trying to go through the staff report with respect to the first design standards exception to match it up with what we're not meeting in the code. And I mean, I think you're exactly right. I can't actually pinpoint the problem other than to maybe say it's not harmonious, which is something that we sort of use both ways in these discussions. So it's a pretty ill-defined quality in terms of a code compliance. Like I think it's really up to the board to make the decision. So I think it would, in that train of thought, we could say like, yeah, we don't find this disharmonious, and that we would not require an exception for that. Because the other things, the parapets, I mean, the roof is flat. The parapets are sloped. That's not uncommon on this streetscape. Their architectural articulation, alliteration, is not specified by the code. The only thing I can find is that windows and doors massing should be less than 40% of the mass, which it clearly meets. And as I expressed earlier, I think the masses themselves sort of provide some articulation with the light wells and the sloping and not just straight flat walls. The cantilever issue we've already talked about. This is not recognizable as a cantilever if we're talking about the roof covering. The use of metal in the fencing has been used in other buildings, including the current Georgia O'Keeffe building. Many places on this street, I don't think that that's an authentic material. I don't think that's at issue either. Also historically used. Yeah, I'm sort of in agreement. I can't sort of point to what we would explicitly address with an exception criteria.
Thank you, Member Beachhead, for that thorough assessment.
Well, I think that that's true. I do think that generally it's accurate to say that there's nothing specific other than general harmony that is in play in the descriptions of old Santa Fe style and recent Santa Fe style. And the motion could simply find that it is in general harmony with the materials, forms, massing, et cetera, on the streetscape, in which case that criterion would be satisfied and an exception wouldn't be necessary.
Would
not.
I'm inclined to go that route. And if there's any, unless there's any other further discussion, I'd be happy to make a motion.
Anyone else on the board have any thing further to add in reference to design standards regarding exceptions? It appears not. Member Guida, you have the floor for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 2023-007-222 HDRB 123 and 135 Grant Avenue. I move that the board approve the project as submitted, finding that, or clarifying that the board has found that no exceptions are required to approve this project, and that the project, in terms of its design, is generally harmonious with district standards.
There's a second to this motion.
Beach, I will second. I think we might need to, for the record, clarify exactly why we disagree with the need for exceptions in this case. Maybe not to the, in terms of each criteria, but at least each exception in general terms with the testimony that's been provided tonight and the applicant's responses.
I'd be happy to amend my motion accordingly. I think in terms of the exceptions that were, the potential exceptions that were cited by staff, it was, the first one was non-compliance with district standards. I think the discussion and the presentations have satisfied the board that battered parapets are within the district standards, that cantilever, that there is no cantilever, in fact, in the design of the project, and that the articulation of masses generally within the letter of the district standards. On the loss of status of the Bergier house, the board finds that there is no loss of status in the design, that but there's also no requirement for matching of the style of the streetscape or of the building having to be a territorial style. On the issue, on the other two exception criterias, one was scale and setbacks. Generally, those were dependent on the idea that the building was not compliant with district standards. It is, as the board has determined, on scale, it is in scale and harmonious with the streetscape in terms of height and massing, and it is well below the maximum allowable height. On the issue of setbacks, that is a determination that the board may make and has determined that is not necessary.
Thank you, Member Guida. I second that modified motion.
Is there anything further to add to this motion? Member Beach, a member, you've been called every member of this meeting. Member
I'm
Benvenu.
flattered. I was before too. Just thank you, Madam Chair. A couple potential additions if possible. So one is I would just, if we could add that the board makes these findings, but they are specific to the project being presented, and in particular to the fact that this is a monumental public building devoted to a specific artist, and that that's part of the consideration. That they want to avoid setting a precedent for every single building that could come before us in the future. And the second friendly amendment would be that the metal gates be in the style similar to the existing gates at the current George O'Keeffe Museum, as was indicated by the applicant.
Accepted as friendly.
Anything further? If there's nothing further, we will take a roll call vote.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Beachite,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I'll give you like a few minutes. We still have another case So I'll give you like a minute to clear the room.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment to staff? Heather, and HPD staff, you know, one of the things that kind of was surprising to me, and it was reflected in the applicant's comments and the public's comments, was the gap between the informational sessions that we had on this project and what the board's reception of the project was versus staff's development of the project with the applicant, the report that we saw tonight, and I think this was hinted at by some of the members of the architecture community. I find that gap very distressing. That, you know, we don't have to be in alignment all the time. There are levels of detail that staff are responsible for that this board is not. But the gulf between what this board provided as feedback to the applicant twice, and now again tonight, was very different from the way that the city approached this. And I made the point on the first case that, you know, words mean things, opinions are not facts, and that professional recommendations of preservation professionals, of architects, of planners carry weight. And it seemed to me that the report that we received tonight was kind of a hit job on this project. And I'm not placing this only at the feet of Paul Duran as the case manager, but also of supervisory staff in the land use department. And I guess I'm curious to know why the city took this approach. I mean, in my view, and certainly in the view of many in the public, we are extraordinarily lucky to be the home city for the only museum in the world that is dedicated to a singular female artist. And that institution has chosen to double down and invest further in Santa Fe. They chose a local architect, not a New York or California or European architect to do a project. They did it as we talked about tonight, in a very sensitive way, out of Adobe and so forth, and really strove to work with the district standards here. I'm curious to know, like, what's the city's angle behind wanting to defeat this project? Because that seemed to me to be evident not only in the staff report tonight, but in several steps along the way. The kind of approach to statusing of relatively insignificant features in the landscape, such as a significant status for a fence or a wall. And I guess I'm at a loss. So, you know, I find that troubling. I'm glad I don't practice in Santa Fe because of something like this. I know this is not the only instance of this. It's on other cases, on smaller cases, but it's not. To me, it's not okay. It's not okay that there is a playing field that can be so skewed in the process. It's not fair to applicants. It's not fair to architects, and it's really not fair to this board, which very clearly put forward a direction on this. And I guess I'm curious to know from the leadership of land use, what were the drivers of that approach to this project?
Chair Rios, Member Guida. The question isn't whether I like it. It's whether it meets code. The question isn't, you know, relative to working with applicants. It isn't about Georgia O'Keeffe. She is an important and seminal figure in our history. There's no doubt about that. And at the beginning, we mentioned that this is a really great project. In concept, it is a great project. What our charge is to do is to look at the Historic Districts Ordinance from several points of view. And those points of view include the preservation of existing historic resources, the maintenance of streetscapes and the style, And the board may have disagreed with us, and that's fine. That's certainly fine. We weren't reviewing in those informational sessions. We weren't reviewing the code in particular. We were providing information generally for the board to provide some general feedback. And I do know that the board provided positive feedback, at least at the session that I was part of. Wasn't here in 2021. So, and that's really good that there was good feedback. But my charge is not to review a case based on feedback at a very high conceptual level. My charge and our staff's charge is to look at the code and make sure that we apply the code. And our role is to let you know, you, the board, the planning commission, the governing body, everybody know what is stated in the code. And this is our analysis of how it does or does not meet code. Now, it's your charge as the Historic Districts Review Board, as is all other governing bodies, including the City Council and Planning Commission, to take that information in. That's why we have a public testimony process, so that the public has the opportunity to speak about it. And then you, in your role, have the opportunity to do just exactly what you did tonight. Personally, I think the building is fabulous. But, you know, I, as staff, really have to take into consideration the code, which was adopted by the community. And granted, that was in 1987, and there's been other changes, and we're working on updating the code, so it's better. It has its flaws. And one of those flaws was the two boxes that we have, downtown and east side historic district standards of old Santa Fe style and recent Santa Fe style. This didn't fit the box. Those materials were there. The components that the board identified, yes, they were there, but they weren't exactly fitting in one of those two boxes. Also, height and massing and streetscape are all very much prominent in our historic districts ordinance, and we apply it on a regular basis. I think you were right to call this out as a unique circumstance. It's a very unique circumstance, and I would not want to see, say, for instance, another Safeway come into downtown and want to, or any other historic district, and want to look like that. So that is the charge of historic district staff, is that we really, and you are certainly welcome to disagree with us, and oftentimes that happens. But we do have the entire staff review these cases, and we talk about these cases. We had great dialogue with the team, the Georgia O'Keeffe team. And, you know, I'm very appreciative of the time they took to really consider our comments. So, but ultimately, my charge is to the code.
And I thank you for the explanation, Heather. I really do. And I fully appreciate, and I've said this before, the amount of hats that staff need to wear, the amount of skill, the broad skill set that planning staff are required to have in doing this job. And working with such an kind of imperfect code. And I agree with that. I would be more accepting of that line of reasoning if we saw things tonight that were more based on actual things in the code. At best, the few things that actually did apply to the project factually were gray areas. I mean, we found that none of these exception criteria were appropriate, and the underpinning justifications were also not there in the code. And I think that my question is really about posture. You know, staff presented a case tonight very passionately at great length with not a lot of facts and a lot of personal opinion. And I don't think that serves anybody in this community. It doesn't serve this board. It doesn't serve the community. I don't think that this project should be approved on, you know, the crowd vote of whether we like the project or not. I mean, like, it's fantastic that DNCA are exceptionally talented, and that was a lot of the discussion tonight. But what I'm asking is really about what the process is for applicants. And if the city's approach to this project was just about this project, or the city's approach to this project is oppositional in general, because that's the sense that I got from this, I think. And I find particularly disconcerting in terms of the setup. And I appreciate you hearing me out.
Thank you both for your comments. And let's see if we can move forward from here. Yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like I always have something to say.
Well, of
Member
course you do.
Guida. But I appreciate everything you said, and I'm glad that you aired that point of view because it's shared by a number of people in the room and perhaps other members of the board. But I want to say that how much I appreciate what staff did in this case as well, because I mean, I don't find that it was oppositional to the project from any personal reason whatsoever. I think it was based on an interpretation of the code that staff has, and I appreciate that interpretation. It's not about whether we like the project. We think it's beautiful. We think it's handsome. We think it's the future. It's about whether it meets the requirements of the code. And I think you reasonably, as you could tell, we ultimately disagreed with it, but it was a reasonable interpretation that this did not meet certain aspects of our code. And I don't find that was motivated at all by any desire to see this project fail. It was a motivation to ensure that we have a consistent application of the code to cases that come before us. And so I'm fine with that. In fact, it pains me to have outcomes where we are in such stark disagreement with staff's view on these cases, because that threshold level is something that I would hope we would always agree on. Are exceptions necessary? For example, is this within our code? But I see that sometimes that's just not going to be the case. But I especially appreciate in this case kind of a dispassionate interest in adhering to what is very specific to Santa Fe, this old and new styles in this district, not Northern New Mexico style or New Mexico in general, but those specific standards that are unique to Santa Fe, and also the attention to context, because it's so easy to look at these proposals as a single building. And that's not what we need to do. Our whole code is based on how does a single building fit into the district and the streetscape. And is it or is it not harmonious with that? Does it detract from that, or does it add to it? And that to me is what most of what the staff presentation was addressing, and I applaud that. I think that's exactly what we need to be doing in this case. So I just want to say, I do appreciate what staff has done here and in all other cases. In the future, I would say that one thing that would be nice is if we have these informational sessions, which I think are extremely helpful to do, and I encourage that at all big projects especially, but any project, it would be nice for staff to weigh in at that time and say, well, by the way, we're going to tell them that this proposal does not meet our code. And because I was not aware of that when we were hearing these proposals before, it may not have changed the outcome. It would have been nice to have had that discussion at that time and aired some of these issues months ago, because it does feel a little bit like the train has left the station by the time it comes to us, because we've already said, great project, look forward to approving it. So that's just something I would say. I understand that you felt it was conceptual at that stage, so you didn't weigh in, but I think in the future that would be helpful. And maybe it's up to us to ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think it's always helpful to express ourselves. That's the way we get to understand where we're coming from and not make assumptions about certain things. And your explanation, Heather, I think was very accurate. And I never felt that Paul was coming from like a personal standpoint that he was against this project. And I can understand Anthony's standpoint that he's saying, well, this people came before our board and this board had already kind of stirred them in the stamp of approval arena. And then staff is going against maybe what this board was thinking. But that is, to me, that is staff's job. Staff doesn't have to think just exactly like we do. Because that's why we're here. The buck stops here, or at least at this point, and then if you don't like the decision that's rendered here, you can go to the city council and try to reverse it there. Anyway, we are going to address the last case this evening, which is located at 410 Camino Cabra. And Lanny, that's your case, so let us hear it.
Yes, ma'am. Can we put my presentation on the board? Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. This is case 2023-7676 HDRB for 410 Camino Cabra for a status review. The property of 410 Camino Cabra is on the west side of Camino Cabra, just south of Cristo Rey Street. The residence at 410 Camino Cabra is a pre-1948 single-family Spanish Pueblo Revival style residence listed as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. It is known as the Alfredo and Juanita Carrillo House. Sorry, my Spanish is bad. The residence is an 876 square with a very pronounced 400 square foot portal along the publicly visible south and east elevations. The portal is 6 feet 6 inches deep with wood posts supporting it. The roof is supported with vigas and holds a stuccoed parapet, and the flooring is concrete. The residence is a flat roofed with earth tone cementitious stucco and is built concrete blocks. Both the south and east elevations are publicly visible from Camino Cabra. The slope of the hill prevents visibility of the north elevation. The southern elevation has had all fenestrations altered in 1989 as part of the case H89-1824. This approval included removal of the southern porch, construction of the portal in its current configuration, and the replacement of windows and doors. Unfortunately, the records of the case are no longer available, so the exact windows that were replaced is unclear. These images give a better perspective of the residence prior to 1989 HDRB case. The red and purple portions of the left photo show the location of the current portal. The lower right photo shows the previous portals on the property and that the doors on the left or western side of the southern elevation were previously windows, and the eastern side windows have been replaced. The east elevation is fenestrated with windows indicative of the 1940s and 50s. They start at the south side with a 3/1 wood sash, a non-historic wood door at the north, serving as the formal entry to the home, and a stock steel combination window made of 2 casements bracketing a fixed light topped with a transom. The north elevation has minimal fenestration consisting of a fixed wood window and an aluminum sliding unit. The west elevation has a gutter along the roof to direct water away from the elevation as the structure meets the base of the hill along this side. The north end holds an older in-swing wood casement window. The south end steps back 15 inches and has a standard steel combination window. Looking in aerials, it is apparent that the residence was constructed prior to 1948. It is also apparent that the configuration of the original footprint has changed since the 1978 aerial on the right. Stuccoed yard walls define the property's north and east edges. The northern wall holds a blue entry gate. A recent coyote fence traces the west property line, And these walls and gates are part of the HDRB case H04064 and are not historic. Of interest on the property is a surviving section of Acequia de los Lopez, which runs along the north side of the property. The acequia is located between the trees on the upper right portion of this aerial. It is difficult to see, but I could not find a clearer photo of the acequia for you. The property was owned by Francisco Roybal, and the Carrillos resided with Mr. Roybal in this residence on the property. In 1988, the property was inherited by Vicente Padaca. Vicente split the lot previously addressed as 1172 Camino San Acacio and readdressed the resulting lots as 410 and 412 Camino Cabra in 1985. The HDRB recently heard the status review case for 412 Camino Cabra. The 412 Camino Cabra was designated contributing with the east elevation as primary. Currently, the applicant requests confirmation that the status of the residential structure, and they have provided a current HCPI from architectural historian John Murphy. Mr. Murphy's review of the property indicates that he believes the residence should be designated as non-contributing. Reviewing the HCPI and the Historic Preservation Division files, staff agree with this assessment because the residence has had several non-historic alterations which have changed the original structure so that it no longer exists. Staff recommends the historic status of the structure be retained as non-contributing due to the 1990s non-contributing portal, which obscures the visibility of the structure per section 14-5.2C designation of significant and contributing structures. This facade map is provided for your reference, and I stand for questions.
Any questions for Lanny at this time? No questions? So Lanny, are you indicating that the footprint of this building has changed significantly from the time it was built?
Not so much.
Or from a historic time?
Not so much the footprint as just the exterior fenestrations and the portal that obscures it.
So that has given it a different appearance.
Correct. From the HCPI that John Murphy filled in, it looks like that southern portion, which is now an enclosed, it used to be a porch, but it looks like an enclosed porch area. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what year-ish we decided that was, but it would have been a historic enclosure at this point. So even though it was an enclosed porch, it would have been a historically enclosed porch.
Thank you. If there are no further questions or comments, will the applicant please come forward?
Good evening. I was just looking for that reference for the southern portal that was enclosed. It was after 78, it appears. So it might have been part of the 89 additions when it was enclosed, the southern portal. I have nothing else to add. I felt like both Lanny and John Murphy said what needed to be said about this building. I don't think I need to repeat it.
Any questions for Gayla? Members? No questions? Anyone from the audience wishing to come forward and comment on this case? No one? Anyone on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
Nobody? I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Buddy. Member Beach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case 2023-007676 HDRB at 410 Camino Cabra, I move to designate the property as non-contributing as the structure is non-contributing as well as the yard walls and entry gate as non-contributing per staff recommendation.
Guido will second.
Is there anything further to add? Nothing further, sir? Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes,
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
thank you.
Congratulations on the least controversial case of the evening
It was true, right? Even the first one, yeah.
and for your patience.
Do we have anything under discussion items? Staff, yes, Attorney Rubeli.
I am very pleased just to give some good news about my hometown of Trinidad, Colorado, where there are several buildings that were designed by the noted architect Isaac Hamilton Rapp, who designed the front of the La Fonda Hotel and the New Mexico Museum of Art. And we've had a hand in several of the buildings at the Carmelite Sisters campus. He designed a building called the Temple Aaron in Trinidad. And it's for a long time was the longest continually operating synagogue in the Western United States. Unfortunately, it doesn't operate regularly, but it's in remarkably good historic condition. I am a longstanding member of the Friends of Historic Trinidad, which supports the Trinidad Historical Society, which has worked very diligently to get that building on the National Register of Historic Places. And just last month, we received the delightful news that the Department of the Interior Historic Preservation Division has placed the Temple Aaron on the National Register of Historic Places. So I'm very delighted with that accomplishment. If you're ever in Trinidad, drive around and see the nice buildings designed by Isaac Hamilton Rapp, including the Temple Aaron, the First National Bank, the Los Animas County Courthouse, and the Lutheran Church, and my mother-in-law's house at 812 Pine Street. So that's my good news for the evening.
Oh, thank you. Any matters from the board? Yes, Member Beachside.
All right.
You have 1 second.
I know. I guess I think we needed to follow up on appointing members for the committee.
Oh,
possible
exactly.
committee. And I had a question about what is the one decision that causes that committee to go into effect? Like what happens to make that happen?
Rios, Member Beachside, the one decision is if the board does not find the design of the building as acceptable. Generally, the standards are a little bit different for state capital outlay projects, and it mostly talks about harmony and streetscape and context and like. So, so those would be the standards that would apply. And once again, we're in one of those mushy situations where it's a little hard to clearly define. But fortunately, with the New Mexico School of the Arts, we were able to avoid that. The board did provide some feedback, and they came back with some design modifications. So it is possible that the board may just be able to manage this like in the New Mexico School of the Arts scenario. So, but this is just a stopgap measure in case there is a need for further action.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that reminder of how that works. And just one other question about, do we need to do something about the plaza status that David Rash raised as a public comment? Do we need to request that we have the ability to status the plaza? Does staff have a suggestion on that?
Rios, Member Beachside, that is a hard question. It is statused as a National Historic Landmark. And I will leave it up to the board whether it's considered important for the local jurisdiction to status it as well. But I believe that the landmark status covers a lot of it.
How far does that landmark status go in terms of our jurisdiction?
Well, that is something I'd like to maybe revisit with my boss, Erin McSherry. I do remember her saying that the governing body had the final decision on that. I don't recall her specifically saying the Historic District Review Board has no jurisdiction. But I'll try to clarify that and see exactly what the basis of that is, and I can report back to this board.
And Chair Rios, with reference to the difference between our standards and possibly federal standards, our standards do have some components of preservation that vary slightly, but I'm not sure that would be anything in addition to what is already, that would add to the conversation as it were. So, but certainly it's up to this board.
Thank you. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a couple points, I guess, or questions. On the monument and designation, I think that our purview is statusing structures. I don't know that we have any, I don't think the ordinance necessarily gives us any authority to status a place or a site. It does beg the question what a structure is, but I'm pretty sure that this is something I'm just throwing out there for discussion down the road when we have a chance to, or the city attorney has a chance to delve into it. But normally what we do is we status a structure as contributing, non-contributing, or significant, or landmark. And that also relates to the issue of the monument. My recollection is that the city attorney's position was only structures come before us before they can be altered. And her view was the monument is not a structure because there's a definition someplace in the code that uses the word, I think, art or commemoration or something as not being a structure. So that was how it was conveyed to us. And I'm sure that's how it was conveyed to the governing body when the governing body was asked to modify the obelisk without us ever having considered it. One more second. But I do think it's still an open question whether that interpretation was correct because the definition that she was relying on, I don't know how those definitions get created or whether they're approved by the governing body or who puts them into the code. But they are separate from the code itself. Perhaps there is a formal approval process by the governing body, in which case that would certainly be a legitimate interpretation. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I actually have more information for you. So in the past, we have assigned status to bridges, cobblestones, trail markers. So an obelisk, or I would presume, would fall under the same purview. So we do have some significant and contributing trail markers out there.
Are acequias part of that?
I think the acequias are more covered under the ARC than they are historic.
Lanny, these elements are not in the historic overlay district code that they reside in other.
They are actually, we have 3 bridges in the historic district that were.
They're physically in the historic district.
Right, and the HDRB is the one who gave them their significant status.
Interesting.
Well, I think that a bridge would be a structure under our definition.
Right.
I think the definition is something like a physical object attached to the ground. So that's why I've always thought the obelisk was a structure. But she says no, because there's a provision in there that says, but not art, or whatever it is. It's either art or commemoration, or there's some exception that she's relying on. But I think a bridge would clearly be a structure.
But a trail marker would be similar to an obelisk.
A trail marker seems questionable, but regardless, this is the city attorney.
I know, but I'm just saying that in the past it has happened. So I would think it would be somewhere in our purview.
And just on this point, John, because I think it's an interesting discussion. I think it does hinge on this, what is a structure? And there may be examples on both sides from the past, but I'm just in thinking about recent decisions made by this board, we very clearly with the dining pavilions said these things are not, they're not buildings. And so they're not in our purview. There are elements in the landscape. To a degree, some of these pieces, while they may be part of a National Register nominated place or whatever, but just squaring it with our ordinance, we really not recognize that they can provide a slippery slope. You know, when we had the discussion about the pro-Palestine murals on the stucco wall, you weren't around for that, Heather, but some board members were. You know, there was the discussion of, is it art? Is it part of the architecture? You know, and I brought up the example of like, you know, what about the giant horse head that's on Canyon Road? Did that come into the board for approval? You know, all the art that's in people's yards on the east side, like, you know, suddenly this becomes problematic for this board to review. And if there's a clear line to be made, or if it exists now, I would just be cautious around it.
But we are dealing with a landmark. We are dealing with the downtown area, the plaza. And oftentimes I find it very interesting. It just depends how whomever is in that position, how they interpret, obviously, the law, interpret the.
Well, no, I seem to recall that there was a committee set up with an anachronism or anachronism stare or and it stood for art and equity and inclusion and diversion committee that was going to determine what should be placed there. And my understanding was after it came out of that committee, it would make the rounds of various committees, including this board, for some kind of review. And I remember telling this board that when it went for the governing body, you won't see the word obelisk and you won't see the word plaza. And I'd have to look up to remember exactly what that committee is called. I haven't heard from it for a while, but that was the plan. So it was not my understanding this board would have no input whatsoever, but I guess I need to clarify that.
Well, it went before them with a motion to rebuild it. And
Well,
we didn't get to weigh in on that.
But I don't think the design has been, I don't think they have.
No, they withdrew the motion, but they could have approved it that very night. We never had any input. They specifically told the governing body they could act without our input.
Okay, well, that is a surprise to me. I mean,
Heather was probably at the meeting. I think you can probably address that.
Yes, so a request, there was a resolution put forth by Councilmember Romero Worth and Councilmember Cassett regarding the reconstruction of the obelisk. Really controversial, several hours of testimony. The proposal was to replace the granite, but also sort of illustrate the cracks, just to speak to the story and have some interpretive signage. But there was a lot of discussion and ultimately there was no action.
Nothing was really ever done on that topic, on the, yeah. That's what I thought.
But that came before the governing body without the knowledge of staff until that day.
Interesting. Okay, our next meeting is Tuesday, January the 23rd.
Sorry, sis,
And
I think we still need to nominate the committee members.
are we going to do the
Yeah.
committee?
Sorry.
Okay.
I sidetracked it.
So
but
do we have any
Does
volunteers?
anyone want
or-
to, yeah, who wants to volunteer?
Or can anybody, does anybody want to make any suggestions?
May I
I
make a
suggest,
nomination?
John Benvenue. John, you make the time.
Oh, no.
That's a direct order.
Will not happen. I will.
John, it wouldn't be that horrible.
If we're making nominations, I would nominate Member Beachhead.
I already nominated Jennifer, so that's two.
Well, then it's,
votes.
we're heading in the right direction.
Yes. Did you say yes? Okay, and I nominate John Benvenue.
Unless anyone down there wants to do it. I know David's already, did you say yes? Okay.
We thank you both for your service.
So do we have to vote on this or just nominate him?
I think you
I don't
you
believe-
probably have the authority to just make a nomination.
Okay, you two are the lucky people that are.
And, I don't have the ordinance or the state law in front of me, but aren't they supposed to talk to the city about the design before they haven't designed?
Yes, the law
Because
states
once they
that.
have the design and we're just giving them feedback, they're so far down the process. And this is what happened with the School for the Arts, I think. But I think the ordinance specifically says before they actually create the design, they're supposed to be consulting with the city.
The ordinance states that.
Yeah.
The ordinance states
And I
that.
think the state law does.
Yeah, and the state law does too. I've read them recently. They both do specifically say that. And that they also have to go to like a community group that is involved in historic preservation.
So
As outreach.
if you're in touch with them about this process, you might want to remind them.
Yeah, that was the basis for the postponement tonight, is sort of going back to square one. They wanted to parcel out things. And I was concerned about there being enough public input, especially because the demolition of the buildings were a concern of many preservation groups in the community. And so, but at this point, there was one meeting where I was shown drawings, and generally we talked about scale and context and the like, and is there any way that the site can accommodate at least some of those buildings? But that was the degree of it. So that was it.
But just to reiterate, we're going to see a design proposal at this board first before the subcommittee is triggered.
Yes, that is correct.
Even if it's just informational? Okay, thank you, Heather.
Oh, I wanted to discuss a little bit more about capital outlay projects, but I'll just talk to you, Heather, and then we can inform the rest of the board. Exactly how we procedurally go forward in terms of capital outlay projects. Is this board actually going to just give recommendations, or do we actually make motions? Do we make the recommendations in a form of a motion?
Rios, it's my belief, and I know Frank is looking things up right now, but it is a recommendation. But it is the obligation of the state to find common ground and consensus on the design.
Okay, so we're just going to give a recommendation. And is the city council involved after our recommendation?
The city council is the one that appoints the members formally.
Of the committee that,
Yes,
in case that the board and the city don't come to an agreement,
that's correct. Yes.
then and then you have to look at the law, because you have to deal with you have those 60-day period, and then you just have the 5-day period to render the decision.
Correct.
Before.
Mhm. That's correct. If you would like, I can draft an email together with Frank to clearly outline things for you, if that would be helpful, sort of as like a talking points. If
Yeah.
when the-
And what's going to come before the board the next time, it's going to be demolition, and it's demolition only. We cannot speak about design, correct?
Madam Chair, that came up in a meeting we had with the mayor and the land use director and Heather and myself recently. One of the things that I think we all agreed on is that one of the criteria for demolition is whether the streetscape will be reestablished by another building. So, and my boss was in agreement with this, as well as the land use director and Heather, was that we have to have an idea of what the new building is going to look like. And as they do any kind of design, they need to know whether they're going to have some approval for demolition, because otherwise they don't know what their lot shape looks like. They don't know how much space they have to build. So there is, to a certain degree, we need to see something that indicates what their plan is.
But if you're going forward in terms of saying that we have to see the plans, that's already indicating that you are going to approve something to be demolished.
Well, I guess we have to avoid that. You know, we have to see their plan and decide with respect to that one of three criteria. There's three criteria. And one is whether or not that streetscape will be reestablished. I can read the specific criteria.
We did this for the O'Keefe, right? We saw,
But I thought, I'm confused because it seems like we're operating under a certain way one time and then operating, to be like secure.
yeah, I agree, Suzanne, but I think and especially when it's these important public buildings, yeah, the odd pretense that we keep of like, we're only going to judge the demolition on its own, or we're only going to judge status on its own, and we're not going to like look at what you're doing, it is to a great deal problematic. It's not the way any SHPO reviews a project. They look at a project in its totality, understand its adverse effects, understand how those effects are mitigated. And I think it proves the case in this instance where, you know, what happens if we don't at least do an informational session on what's being proposed or what's even likely to be proposed that we can weigh in on and consider side by side with a status or demolition request, is we get that preemptive strike of statusing defensively, right? We had the 4 casitas that we recently downgraded, although it's still floating around in the paper that they're significant. We downgraded them to contributing. But I think this board, when they initially reviewed that, did status them out of fear, not out of reason. And I think that being able to consider a project holistically, if it squares with the ordinance and the board, I think it has a value. We saw
Statement that
tonight.
you made that could be, other people such as myself could give a different explanation.
It happens.
That you status out of
fear.
I don't know. I don't agree with that. But anyway, it is late and please find out for sure how we're going to operate under that project.
And Heather, just to be clear, the committee that Cecilia was asking about, the one that's appointed by the city council, that's that nuclear option committee. That's if the city and the state cannot find agreement in this process, this is this nuclear option. And as I understand it, that panel, when it gets made up, tends to be weighted towards the state.
Yes, that is correct. And also, you know, the preservation community can ask for it as well.
Right.
So it could be not us, but it could be another group. And then it's good for city representation to be
Okay.
there.
So it behooves the city and state to come to agreement through the first channel.
And that's a hope.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
It is now approximately 10:37, around there.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I know you want to wrap up, but I found my notes about what I told the board. And this was February 28th. There's a resolution based on recommendations of the Chart Committee, and the Chart Committee is Culture, History, Arts, Reconciliation, and Truth. The resolution was introduced to the governing body March 6th. It was presented to the governing body went to Public Works March 6th, presented to the governing body March 8th. The resolution directs the city manager to hire people for specific proposals on the redesign and reframing of the obelisk. Now, are you saying that was the Chart Committee was voted down, or? Okay, so, all right. So there's some other process on the works now, right? Okay, I'll look into that. All right.
Okay,
Move to
I will
adjourn.
entertain a motion to adjourn.
Rita moves to adjourn.
Second.
And roll call vote.
Member Valdo,
Yes.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue, Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yep.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Thanks, everyone.